What's good, Chaotic Nation Ninja Boy Chaos here. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. I'm getting started early today. That's fun. Is it actually? It's not actually connected. There you go. Let's say it says it's connected, but it's not. All right. February 25th. Oh, the museum is open, right? That's nice. That's probably why Sarah is here. And the stop is open. 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. They have a new catalog. That's actually really helpful. Alright. And there's a moment. And that's all for today. Island-wide broadcast. So they're getting somebody else a house. That's what's going on. Oh, what's up, Tui? So we get more houses now. That is the fun part about what we are doing. So we're gonna play some Animal Crossing for a minute here, and then we'll jump over to our shiny hunting. We are hunting in a different place today because there is a better spawn in Axew's Eye than there is anywhere else. So I think I have my head set up. Yeah, I do. Alright, we have a lot of stuff. Because I kind of bought a lot of things last time. I'm good, just tired. Hi, tired. I just tired, I'm dead. Alright, time to get house fixin'. Because I have a lot of stuff. So welcome in those of you who are joining us now from ads. We now have a carpet. Let's go. I thought that was cool, so I'm wearing it. A bell bag rug. See, you want one what? The shirt? Oh. I did not order that. I did order that. Hmm. I did not order the hat, that's for sure. I like it. I'm probably not gonna wear it. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's not. It's gonna put me in no pants. Actually, I kind of look good without the denim pants. I kind of want to run the no pants. So like the blue ones are like, it's like a full, nah. The blue pants are ones are like actual, like dress kind of things. Yes, I did buy an ocarina. Actually, I made one because you can make it out of clay. Yeah, the house is coming together. I got some work to still do, but it's fine. Now that we have the shop open, it should be a lot better. So before I leave, I do want to keep these in case I want them The cowboy shirt I could care less about. But I've already upgraded it twice, so it's sad that I've upgraded it twice and not made any progress anywhere else. But I look like an adventurer. I look like a wilderness explorer. I could help you cross the street. I could help you cross your yard. That's what I was saying. I look like a wilderness explorer. Come here, crocodile. Yo, what's up? I'm trying to talk to you. You know about reactions? I mean, like, when you feel full of joy and stuff? Yeah. It's kind of weird, but that's reactions for you. They're all about getting emotional across. Want to try reactions to ZR and the band. Shush for the day. I'm going to tell everyone to show you their favorite reactions too, so be sure to ask around. Oh. Haha. I think there's a task to do like so many reactions. What am I clapping? I don't know. He's a crocodile, mate. I gotta teach him to go back in the water. Right, is there a Gulliver down here today? I like the reactions. Oh, cool. So this should be like some cool thing. A raccoon figurine? Please tell me it's Tom Nook. Please tell me it looks like Tom Nook. That would make my day. I know he's not a raccoon, but... Like, Chaos, of course he's a raccoon. No, he's a tanuki. Tom Nook is the tanuki. Not my shovel, no. Alright, well, we can pick up some branches and stuff, so I still have to get the top one. It wasn't very trusty in the end. I mean, they last for a good couple days. So they're pretty solid. They are pretty solid. Yeah, the camel, I will get you in a minute. I don't have anything right now. Actually, we might as well go and talk to her. Hello, you're calling me. I have carried these rugs for long as bringing you rugs from your home, for which is far, to help you decorate near. Small rugs, large rugs, and space between. I'm not interested. Alright. She's got rugs. Yes. She's got carpets to match drapes. And Timmy and Tommy aren't here now because obviously they're not. Yes, of course. Don't worry about a thing. You can set up your getaway pack. He's been talking this whole time. Jeez. No. No trouble at all. I just need to draw up the proper contracts. Understood. We'll get back to you very soon. Chaos, sorry to keep you waiting. I suppose you overheard the call I just got. For some time now, I've been advertising Chaos Isle Getaway Package, and wouldn't know it, we have 3 interested parties. It's great. Quite wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. One reflects on one minor detail. None of our applicants are too fond of sleeping in tents, you see. I'm afraid I got caught up in the decided persuading them to move here that I may have promised them fully furnished homes. 3 homes, setting aside land, preparing furnishing. It's too much for a raccoon. So this is where I get to choose all these home stuff. I look like I work at this store with him. I'm literally wearing the same thing. Would you help me get these homes, all 3 of them? I have to give you good, it's proper system. Yeah, sure. As if I have a choice. Alright. When I'm ready, come talk to him. There's a putting practice area. Oh, it's not even close to like him. What do I need for a shovel? I need hardwood. Jeez. Guess I'll take another one of those. That's what the bonus is. At this point, it's in Shrek. What do you mean? So if I really want Nook Miles, I can get them. Yeah, so one of the things I kind of want to do with this island that I was trying to get Jimmy to do with his is, like, I want to make one area like a mini golf course. I think that'd be funny. Do I have my flimsy axe in my party? I do. So we're gonna see a few of those kinds of things. Alright, that's all I needed. I'm gonna have to go back to the house anyway, so... I didn't think about that when I put my house on the literal opposite side of the map. So we get to be creative with that as we're doing it. And so I did have enough hardwood. I just... Up in storage. Storage. Put in storage. I'm gonna get more clay and stuff, so let's just keep that out. Well, I'm like, look at this. I got a little island here by myself. Like, I got a little peninsula by myself on the side of the island. No one else is there. It's nice. I will restructure it, so. I will definitely restructure it when I get a chance. But I need to get terraforming unlocked before I really do anything. What do I need? I need 5 hardwood. I'm so dense. Maybe the shop sells it and I don't have to. Why that late now? I do need the recipe for like a crafting table. Alright, we can get rid of these now. And I might as well put them. Well, I'm gonna need them for crafting, so. No one there. I mean, the cool thing about your own island is you are away from people. The bad part is you're away from people, so you have to do everything yourself. It's like if you've ever seen that episode of South Park where Cartman makes Cartman land. What's up, Apollo? How old is the save now? A couple weeks. I made it before I left for vacation, so yeah. It's actually about a month old now. But I haven't played it all that time. What else can I make? I doubt I can make anything. Forgot some more hardwood. I need to get that. Children in favorite class in biology. Am I right? I don't know. Just took a guess. So I need more hardwood. Because that means I will be able to then craft my own DIY workbench. Which is going to be better for me, because then I will have no reason to go into services at all. Delivery man at the door? What are you ordering at this time, this hour? Alright. Well, I'm not there yet. I only have 3. I need 5. Some golf clothes. I'm not trying to resource farm here, but we are resource farming. Honestly, just got what I needed, so we're good. Just need 5 hardwood. Need some fresh garments. I had a panic attack. Oh, a panic attack. I got panicked yesterday because I was washing with my clothes and I pulled out a shirt and it had like an ink mark on it. Because the white shirt I wear on stream has a giant black ink spot on like the stomach, which is why I use it as a stream shirt. Because you guys don't see the stomach. I looked at one of the things I had and I'm like, oh no. I thought it was one of my good shirts because I have like a light pink shirt that's a similar color. And I'm like, ah, for some reason, because I had the red light on in here yesterday, it was pink looking, and I'm like, that's bad. Yeah, that's normal for guys. Also, this is gonna be where I put my workbench. See, look at how cool this is. Like, I have my own little space here. Guys are never serious when they talk about that, by the way. Like, they just never are. There's my secret for you guys. We either hyper over exaggerate or hyper under exaggerate. There's no in between. But you are right. That is just a guy thing. Well, it is auto mechanics. Oh, that's not good. So there went one of my rocks. I think I did that rock too. This is one I did not go for yet. Ah. Okay. Are you? You're not supposed to be that good. I'm now nervous to hit rocks. Because I do not want to keep breaking them. Because that's really bad. What kind of shovel is this? Yes. Shovels do not wear down from digging empty holes, but they wear down from digging flowers, trees, fossils, and berry goods. Yeah. So this has 100 uses. So Twitch changed their website again. Alright, I am going to get rid of these. I'm going to put them over here. A, because they're just in the way, and B, because that's kind of bare on that side. Alright, I think that's everything here, so let's go across the lake. Cannot wait to get bridges, because I hate using the stupid vaulting pole. See, look at all the space that we don't have access to at the moment because we need a ladder. Yeah. You're like, but Chaos, why are you not cleaning up this I'm not cleaning up this half of the island because in case I want to make something out of. See, now it's working just right. In case I want to make something out of weeds later. So it's still kind of like a wilderness part of the island. Bridges are probably the next upgrade. Which I don't know if that's the next store upgrade or if it's the next town upgrade. But I have to look at that for sure. Again, you're asking somebody who hasn't played the game before. I'm just making guesses. Yeah, I would read your safety stuff. If you're gonna do a class that requires stuff like that, I would be paying attention to the safety things. That is also how I exist. Also, new museum, guys. We've done a good thing. We made a museum. This is one of our two new things. This looks so good. I love this museum. Ah, I beg your pardon, I'm a bit of a night owl, you know, drowsy in the daytime, but more importantly, it isn't chaos. The KSIO Museum has opened its doors to see a tremendous achievement. Confess my feathers are fluff with pride. Of course, the very own donations that made it possible. To you, I say thank you. Let me give you a quick overview of the institution's floor plan. You'll find here the entrances to the left and right at the basement. Each one leads to an exhibit room wherein donations thus far have been put on display. In addition to the far room at the top, the stairs, a gallery, magnificent piece of artwork. Although right now it's still entirely empty. Still waiting for art donations, so I humbly request your assistance. So yeah, that's right. To streamline the donation process, we begin accepting multiple donations at once. Let's go. Tell me about this. Cool. What's up, Nico? I have some fossils that need assessed. And everyone have non... Oh. Nothing has been donated. I don't... No. None of them. I do want to donate, but I want to donate all of them at once. Oh. Alright, it's a reptile. We already heard this. I guess I have to do it this way. Enjoy your making stuff. There we go. Yeah, I just have to do this. Be glad to take all of these off your hands. Oh. Well, I got a fossil to sell. That's fun. Probably the skull, yeah. So, oh, they show you what's on the... I love this museum. Safety, Shmafety, who needs safety, never failed me. This looks so good. I love what they did in the museum here. What's this? I'm not understanding what these wings are. Masuum looks good. I love the Masuum. Oh, these are still bug donation spots. They just have a lot of different ones. That's kind of cool. So they just have different sections based on the kind of wildlife we get. Like, this looks so good. They did a phenomenal job making this happen. Blathers, I'm surprised with Blathers here that he is just not in that section at all. And then I guess the fish should be in tanks again. Yeah. But you can go down here. That's so cool. This is a little bit less this is more lackluster, honestly. Assuming like this is like the ocean life because it's all underwater. That makes a lot of sense. Also, how do they build this in a day? Like that's kind of crazy. Oh, they have a water tunnel. Okay, I lied. This is actually really cool. Like, would come to this aquarium. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, Tom has like his kids, I guess, running a shop, so the dinosaur, the dinosaur, a river. Are these supposed to be like periods, like time periods? That's cool. This is a P pterodactyl wing. Oh, like how it's just in pieces. Well, I do want to look at the other stuff too. Oh, they're all the villagers. That's cool. Where's my image? I should be on here. I've made the contributions to everything. Jeez. Oh, that's the meteorite. Oh, is this done? We got the Demetrodon done, even though it's not a freaking dinosaur. All right, looks good. We did good work, folks. Not that important. I'm only the only contributor to this entire museum. So, when them, I done did good. Is Gracie in this game where you have to like wash your car? That'd be funny. Oh, when did I pick up the weeds? I don't know. But yeah, the house is a whip. It's a work in progress. It's getting there. I'm just around carrying my power pole. Power pole, extend. See? Literally Goku. I'm surprised my pockets aren't full. I'm really surprised my pockets are full. I have so much space. Let's do some fishing. Why not? And see, the problem with doing fishing and stuff is, like, I can get things that I don't have in the museum and then I want to donate. Also, this fishing pole probably is almost done. Did it change from a caterpillar, he says. Aha! Oh, there's islands in the background, I just noticed. That's cool. You hate the puns in this game? No, I just want to know when I signed on with Nintendo to make Animal Crossing. That's what I want to know. Sea bass. Oh, it's horse mackerel. Mackerel. Wow, he just took it. I got a boot. Alright, now you're done. And you bet I'm just gonna go sell them all. Because I think all of those are in there. I am untossable trash. Get wrecked. Spend bells on your island helps you. Yes. Oh. Well, good. We can save the fish for the next day that we do this. So that way we get both of the rewards. Alright. To the store. We have finally opened. Then we can start working on the other stuff. Oh, Mabel's here. I was worried when I heard you were moving on the deserted island, but this is much nicer than I imagined. It's so nice, so nice. You've been here for a while, so it happens. I love seeing how the island changes every day. There's adventure and adventure. So pleased to hear that. Actually, I came here to check you in on you. I'll need any assistance with anything. Our way of celebrating a new shop. We sisters like to help wherever we can. The island niggas come to mind? You're kind, Mabel. We're just overwhelmed that we even thought you'd come to visit us. Hey, I think something come to mind. Well, we still have some logistical challenges to overcome, depending on the mail orders for goods. Having in the shop should make it a bit easier for us to obtain ready-made furniture with stuff like that, but we need a clothing supplier. Joy Burb. It's really not that difficult for me to get to the site now. I stop by every so often and sell wares. Wow. Sell our goods here, it's a win-win situation for everyone. Suppose we could sell, I should head home and work the duties without my sister. Please do that. Okay, sorry to keep you waiting. Thanks you opened a new shop. The shop is named in honor of our beloved president, Nook, who used to run it. Welcome to Nook's Cranny. As you can see, we can offer ready-made furniture to DIY projects. I love Nook's Cranny. The other ones are kind of, like, dumb. Oh, they follow me around again like they used to. What's this? Oh, they just show us what's in the cabinet today. I get party poppers. Flimsy watering can, DIY skills, flimsy axe, flimsy shovel, pitfall seed, bolting pole. And then I got some wallpaper and stuff. Not really. That's kind of cool, though. My shop now. They're like, dude, what do you... In the shop comes 3 new services. First, there's turnips. Ooh. On hand, the price set in the morning and afternoon. Be sure to stop by one. No, we don't accept turnips on Sundays. It's the only day turnip seller visits the island. Well, it's a hot item of the day. It will change every day. You bring one on. If you bring in one to sell, we will give you double its normal price. Drop-off box. You can find it in the front of the shop. You say you're in a hurry and the shop is closed, you can drop off any items you want to sell. Pay you later by setting... Oh, that's really cool. I want to sell them. I need to sell everything that's not my usual stuff. Highway robbery, 12,000? That's nothing. So what's the hot item for the day? Is a frying pan. I could make some frying pans. I do have the recipe for it. I just need iron nuggets. And so I can make some money. Yo, what's up, back? I'm Dan. Alright, I'm gonna make a frying pan. I want to see how much it sells for. And then we can wrap up. Also, I want to see how many iron nuggets I have. I have 9. I'll make 2 frying pans. I'll make 2. That way we still have some. Still have some in the bank, and we can use them later. See, it's so nice to have this. Alright. And now, because it's the hot item, we get a lot of money back, which is good. Oof. That's a good crack. But I got some money. I don't think we're close to our funds we need. But these frying pans should definitely help us. And, oh, we still have to do all of the finding locations for people. Is it raining right now? Is that thunder? It's not raining. It could be. Ba-ba-da-dum-bum. Sir, I want to sell. I'm gonna sell 2 frying pans. $60, that's nothing. It's literally no money. That's highway robbery. Highway robbery, I tell you. Sell a hot item for a fortune. I sold a hot item for like no money at all. They were 3 grand a piece. Which, albeit, is a lot for a frying pan. But in this game, not really. Because that's like 30 bucks. Which isn't that bad. Let's go to the ADB. Let's deposit. And just... pay from savings. We'll do 20 grand. Where we made a dent in it. Which means they make houses for cheap. Hey, bud. Let's do the Nook's Cranny. I just want to see what these are. And then Welcome to our dedicated ceremony for honoring kids out of the brand new Nook's Cranny. Thank you. Chaos Isle truly started out as a desert island. There simply wasn't much here, but now slowly beginning to develop thanks to the tireless efforts of, well, everyone really. Me. Timmy and Tommy to say a few words to representative of the Nook's Cranny. Timmy, Tommy, if you would please. Thank you, Chaos Isle. Because of you, we've opened our proper shop. My brother and I will work hard to make our best shop. We hope we can count on your business. Yes, thank you both. Next, a few words from someone who made the valuable contribution to seeing Nook's Cranny built. Yes, KSI's very own Chaos. For the floor is yours. Anything to add? Woo. Yes, indeed. Thank you for your heartfelt, encouraging sentiments there, Chaos. Everyone, please get ready to join me in bringing this ceremony to a close. So, wish thanks to commemorative photo would press this button. And then, to hope for continued growth and celebration of KSI's Nook's Cranny. Hooray! Got it. I guess I can kind of like roleplay this. It's like I'm contributing to the island because I am actually a worker for Nook. That's why I am wearing the get up. The ceremonies are cool, but sure am. Right now they have a meeting in his shop. It was yesterday, Skills USA meeting, so he said Apollo stay in the class if you want. Oh. And so you're just you're just in the class basically to take a class. That's kind of annoying, but I mean I get it. Thank you. KSI true started as a desert island that's simply much near, but now it's slowly developing. Tires efforts of everyone really. I think we need to hear a few words from Blathers, your new museum. Ever since it's Chaos Island, once again Blathers, your humble museum curator. I'm overwhelmed and overjoyed the marvelous establishment you're opening here today. This would not have been done without you and your considerable cooperation. Love inside the first ecosystem and treasure trove of species that all inspire all. It surely strengthened my own resolve to build a museum brimming with wonder. I do hope you will continue to support your efforts in going forward. They say the same things. And thank you for Raz's speech. And now for a few words from make the museum possible. Good for us. I just want to come up here and scream expletives. That's all I want. I got it. Yay. Choose it in sleeper. And I want to finish. Why have you only been... That's a short day. Why have you only been working for 2 hours? Stop reading a book and tell me about things. What should I do? Start by building a bridge somewhere across the river. 3 homes, I worry, will run out of land space on that easily accessible. Yes, so that's why you start crafting parts for a bridge. Then you want to decide on a prime location for the bridge too. Then I just sent you a recipe for a bridge construction kit you can find on your Nook phone. Okay. That's not the button I want to press. Oh. I need log stakes, clay, and stone. How do I get log stakes? But I don't have the... Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Alright, so we can work on the bridge next time. I think I have everything besides the steak, and I don't know how to get the steak. So... that's the only thing. That is the only thing I will say. So I don't know how to do the steaks, so... half day. That's good, I guess. Better than a full day. Am I right? Alright, let's see if that's on. It is not. Going for Mona. I only got one yesterday, so I wanted to continue hunting it. And it's the prime day for it, because they are high spawns in Axe's Eye. According to the guides. He says as he sees none of them. Axe's Eye fog, 40%. I'm in the fog. Are they... they must be the static encounters. The grass encounters. Yeah, a lot of people are hunting in that area. So I'm assuming they're just in here. That's a cat. According to the guy, this is where they are at 40%. I'm not finding them. There, yeah, they are here. There, exclamation points. Which is fine. Well, 40% should be showing up more often. Alright. I'm actually going to take a look. Because I want to see what else would spawn here. And if I can manipulate it. Somehow. Okay. I do want Cerebi. So fog Pokemon, those are overworld, random, and grass. Muna, Diggersby, and Unpheasant. So we've seen them all. Which, they all have a 50% male-female rate. So that isn't going to help me. Sure. Like if one is more like all female or all male, then we have an easier time doing it. But I am getting more encounters than I was. And I don't have to, like, wait around for overworlds, so this is a better hunt. Yeah, we started this hunt on Wednesday. Kong and I were doing it. And I figure I might as well get one more since I need one for Musharna. And if we get this, we can probably go to the Stonejourner. The other good part about, like, this specific area is I have none of these Pokemon shiny because 2 of them are Unovan Pokemon, which I haven't hunted, like, any of them besides Poniard. And then I haven't done a lot of... what's it called? I haven't done a lot of the later gens, period. So gens 5 and 6, I don't have. So Muna's like probably one of my first Unovan Pokemon that I have. I think I had 4 that I had shiny at that point in time. So that's helpful. Yeah, I just decided to keep doing this. I maybe tomorrow. Well, I won't be doing this tomorrow. I will be doing tomorrow's Tears of the Kingdom. If you missed that announcement, Jimmy and I are swapping days because I think he has something. I don't think I have anything, but yeah. Or do both. See, I don't like collecting eggs like that, so that's not what I'm gonna do. So then I have a crap ton of eggs that I don't know what to do with. It's not my cup of tea. The other change that has happened with the content is there will be an episode of Radical Red that comes out today. And you're like, but Chaos, isn't that a live series? It's both. So if you missed the Radical Red stream yesterday, you can watch a supercut video. Sarah James, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in the Chaotic Nation. I feel like the music's really soft, but that might just be my end. Where is Essie? As long as I don't phase on either of the overworld spawns, I'm fine. That's all I care about. But I feel like the audio is just quiet today. I have been adding some new music to the playlist. And by new music, I mean I added one song that we will probably not get to today. Also, I think my ads are broken. Because I haven't seen another thing for an ad since I started stream. Let me just take a look. Yeah, I haven't had an ad in an hour. Which is weird. So I need to change the game so we are no longer doing Animal Crossing. We're no longer doing the Animal Crossing. We're actually shiny hunting now. It took us a little bit to get here, but we're here. That's a good part. That also means I need to change the background to orange. I don't like these. I can't see where they are. Guess the expanded version helps a bit. He says there's no ads, as the ads show up. I wonder if I'm throwing off the timer with that. Yeah. So as I said with the phases, as long as it's not one of these overworld Pokemon, like I have Drifloon and I have Claydol already. Like, I'm fine, as long as it's not one of them. I would prefer it to be the actual thing I'm hunting for, so I can get points. That would be the second phase I have in this game while I'm hunting. That is the thing with like wild spawns, you always have that ability to phase. I mean, it's what it is, though. I'm just glad to be done with this hunt, I guess, after today. So we did achieve what we needed to achieve, which was getting the mana. And in order for us to have... So I probably will Masuda for the next event, just because... I haven't done that since the first one. Whatever it is. Which I also need to figure out. Because I'm doing another event Sammy sent me. Sammy's like, oh, you want to do this? And I'm like, well, I'm already doing a thing, so... Like I'm already doing an event during an event, so I'm already having an event, so I could just do another event while doing that, the first event. So why not? You know. Well, for 40%, doesn't feel as common. Unless I could do something like Harvest again, I might do that. I actually have been enjoying doing the wild hunts. But the Masuda hasn't been terrible either. So I guess we'll take it. Yeah, 40%, and I'm... No, I calling shenanigans. 40, 30, 20, and 10, I think, is the breakdown, which would be 100%. Which makes sense, but... I feel like I'm getting uncommon spawns at the moment. Like, dude. I've definitely seen more cats than I've seen of the Munnas. That is for certain. There we go. Unless that's the one that's a shiny item. Good. That's what I want. But I will say, I think I want to see what Sammy's event runs from. The 27th, so these next 3 days. So yeah, after Monday, we probably will not be well, after Monday, I might take a break from shiny hunting for a bit. I don't know what that means for Sunday stream. Or Saturday stream, rather, but we'll see. I also have to look at Monday stream, because I think Monday stream is going to be late. Later in the day. I think we have some plumbing work being done. Unless I'm just gonna work through the plumbing work. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Shiny hunting is kind of... I know you guys like it, but... Yikes. I have been hunting for a while. I know, I kind of want... It might be an OOTR time. But I don't think I'm going to be able to play an entire OOTR in like a 5-hour sitting. So that's going to be the question. Do I try to do a longer stream and... Like, why am I seeing so many freaking cats? Jeez. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I have to see what the schedule is. I'm honestly surprised that I'm streaming right now because I wasn't planning on it. I did have a lunch meeting, but they're like, oh, it's supposed to rain, and apparently it was outside, so it's kind of hard to... Yeah. To that today. So you don't like exclamation point encounters because they give you random spots. I don't know. He's at a lake. So... I don't know. If you're hunting for something specific, I don't like it. Well, the only way you can hunt for something specific in this game and not have any chance of phasing is Masuda. You'd be like, well, the overworld spawns. I mean, yeah, but there another one of that's not the species you are looking for could show up and you run into it and then you phase on it. It's not as likely, but this was the good old method, man. Masuda can get boring, that is true. It can be tiring just to sit there and get nothing done. It feels like just run around in circles, but I mean you're doing the same thing in the wild, so it's literally like the same thing. But Masuda does have higher rates. That's my only difference. But I think we've done well with like splitting it, because the first day we did an egg hunt. It started on Thursday or did it start on Friday? It started on Friday. And so we did multi-mayhem in Camp Yoha. So I did eggs that day. Did I stream? Saturday and Sunday? I'm trying to think. I don't think I streamed Saturday. No, we did. We streamed Saturday morning. We did tiers Saturday morning. And Sunday, did I stream? No, I didn't stream Sunday. So, yeah, we did Masuda. Then the last event I did not, because I had a luncheon after work. That ended up being, I didn't get home till like 7 o'clock, and I'm like, I'm not streaming, I'm tired. By the time I was ready to stream, it was 8 o'clock, and I'm like, nah. Then Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I didn't stream Tuesday in it. Because I don't stream on Tuesdays. No, because Kong and I did this Wednesday. Am I off a day? I guess Monica and I did bonus day. Yeah. Because I didn't stream Thursday, because I don't stream on Twitch on Thursday. We did eggs on Wednesday, eggs on Friday, no, and tiers on Saturday. Then Sunday I didn't stream. Monday I did that was the Glimwood hunts. Then Tuesday I didn't stream again because I don't. Then Wednesday, Kong and I did this in, yeah, we did this in Slumbering Weald. Then I don't stream on Thursday. Wow, I honestly should just take Sundays off. I kind of like that on a day, off a day kind of thing. Double up Friday, Saturday, because those are the 2 good days. But I can't take Sundays off because I have to stream with Jimmy. I am glad that Kong and I will be done on Wednesday with Octopath, though. Wednesday might be another day that it's a weird kind of day. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream in the morning or not. Because I think I have stuff in the afternoon. But it also depends, I guess, on what that's going to end up being. So I don't know yet. So I feel like we've been doing this for a while and I haven't got anywhere with the number. So we stopped at 404, so we've only done 24 encounters. That's kind of crazy. It's like I should have done a lot more by this point in time, but I keep running into freaking cats. So it's slowing me down. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't find anything today, just because my luck has been really good the last couple of times. Which means I'll probably end up doing the Suda next event. Whatever the next set of encounters is. I take Saturdays off. Well, the problem with the weekend is it's probably my most unpredictable day of the week. Like Saturday and Sunday are my most unpredictable days of the week. Like the only thing that I know that happens on Saturday and Sundays is I have work on Sunday morning. Beyond that, I have no idea. So I don't know if like plans are gonna happen, if I'm doing things, if Jimmy has plans. Like it's obviously Jimmy's only days off too, so it's our most inconsistent day of the week, which is kind of annoying. It's also the day that everybody wants to do something, so it's like, oh, you know, let's go to a game. That's Saturday. Or let's go look at do this thing. It's a Saturday. It's on Saturday. Like those are the 2 days that get filled up very quickly during the week. So I would take one off, but I would always be rotating what day I took off, if that makes sense. But I also am realizing that my schedule is just making me a morning stream, like a mid-morning, afternoon streamer, because I'm ending up having to stream from 9 to 2 every day, pretty much. If I want 5 hours, that is. If I don't care about 5 hours, then I can do another day of the week, but another time. But it's good that Octopath's ending, because that's not going to go well for me in a couple weeks. Like that time slot doesn't work. I know, and Jimmy and I decided to do tiers together, which makes it so we're going to be doing it for probably sometime into 2024. Probably into like next summer, which is going to be difficult. So yeah. What's going after Octopath? I honestly don't know. I mean, if I'm taking another day off, that's the day that I would be shifting around. So I don't want to commit to, I don't want to put anything on that day unless I know that I'm going to actually be able to stream that day. Because at some point, like, I'm going to get another another job somewhere, hopefully. I'm just waiting for something to come back, and, you know, depending on what that is, depends on when I have time for content. Which might mean I'm cutting down on what I'm doing by a lot. And honestly, it's, yeah. It's really why I want to get Jedi Survivor done, because I don't know when September hits next week. Like, I don't know what time I'm gonna have. So if I can get Survivor done, then I don't have to worry about recording that, and it's one less thing on my plate for me to have to do. Although I realize, like, I'm adding more work to myself. No, I haven't finished Hollow Knight. It's been on hiatus because of shiny hunting events. So that'll be back on Fridays. I think I'm pretty far through it. Because if I remember, I don't think Hollow Knight's that long of a game, and I feel like I'm pretty far through it, but I also probably am not. I also, I guess, have a bad judge of how long games are. Because Jedi Survivor, I thought I'd be done by now, and I'm not. Like, I was planning on having that done last week, and I recorded a good bit. But, yeah. I need to record more. I will record more into that tonight. I only have one episode recorded this week. So my goal is to spend... I'm trying to spend, like, and get 2 recordings of 1 controller done, and then 2 recordings of Hollow Knight. Of Jedi Survivor, and then I'm trying to do a little bit more now that I have some more time right now. Because ideally, I would be done with Jedi Survivor by the end of the week. That's ideally. That way, like, next week I can edit it and it's all done. I don't have to worry about it anymore. But I gotta get time to record it too. That's the thing. Which is why I'm back on Twitch with, like, with those series. I can't be doing them. It's so hard for me to record another series on top of what I'm already doing. And part of what I'm interested to see about Radical Red, because Radical Red might be the new meta for how I make content. Which would mean that I'm gonna have to take another day to stream on YouTube. Which would then mean I'd have to take another day off Twitch probably. So, or not. I don't know. Maybe I could probably squeeze in some time. Well, yeah, I can't really do Tuesdays because I'm at work all day. But if I can convince them to only make me go in the office on Tuesdays, then I have all Thursday and I could do a longer YouTube stream. Yeah, Radical Red is like, it's Fire Red, but they've increased the UI, they've increased the moves, they've updated it to Gen 7. Gym leaders and stuff have difficult Pokemon. Like, if you watch the episode that'll come out in about 2 hours, you'll see things with, like, Air Slash at, like, level 10, which is ridiculous. I don't want the bear. Yeah, I like it because playing Fire Red is nostalgic to me, and it has a lot of Fire Red vibes. It's also Kanto, and they've also made Kanto really... They made it difficult. So they did everything I would want to see with, like, a... another Kanto game. But right now we're just playing through it. I will do, like, challenges of it when I feel more comfortable doing challenges of it. But that is going to come down to actually beating the game, being like, okay, I see how this game works. And then going from there. But I feel like even with a Nuzlocke, like we're gonna have to kind of prep ourselves a little bit. You can definitely play it casually. It's just gonna be difficult for people who do not do like any kind of difficulty runs in Pokemon. Or for people who have like very small amounts of competitive knowledge. So that's why I'm fine with playing Radical Red as like I wiped, so I have already wiped. So that's kind of cool. But I generally can go in and be like, oh, you know, let me make a competitive set for what we're about to do. And we can work through it. And because I know a lot of Pokemon's coverage moves, I can be like, oh, this is going to have this, so we need to prep for this. Or trying to get strategies, like I just got a Prankster Pokemon, so I'm going to have fun with that. But it seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. I might do the same thing with like Inclement Emerald, or Emerald Kaizo. I might try to do something similar to that, where I'm like, all right, here's a Let's Play, and then I'll get into it. But I definitely could see me running Radical Red for a while. I don't know if I'm going to... I did have the hardcore series here on the channel, so I might pull that back out again. And that might be a YouTube thing. So it depends. It really depends on how Radical Red goes for me. Because I'm doing, this is a very experimental series. It's a very experimental series because it's the first series that I'm doing a live stream on YouTube, and then I'm also making a video out of that live stream. So we're gonna work out the kinks as we're playing through it. Yeah, it'll be 2 different videos. So what you'll see if you look at the live stream video, it'll have the live tag on it, and then it'll say it'll be like a live extended cut. So if you want to watch the whole run, there's a 2-hour video for you to watch. If you want to watch the 30-45 minute video, then that's a little bit more manageable and you get all the highlights. It's also why I don't do super long streams, because like that kind of helps. The other thing I could think about is if I like the format that I have right now, like if I'm enjoying the Radical Red format, I might do I could just do 1 2-hour stream a week. Just do 1 2-hour stream a week and do 2 different games. So then I'd have 2 different recordings. So I can do like the first hour, I'm like, okay, I'm playing Radical Red, and then next hour, okay, one controller challenge going. I'd have to not be doing what I'm doing with one controller challenge at the moment to have it work, but yeah. The one controller challenge is a lot of fun. It's really difficult too. Plus, Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon are such long games that it's hard to do content on. Because by the time you get to the 4th island, you're like, yeah, I'm done. It's just too much. It's just too much. Like, I am playing it fast, I think. And it's still 40 episodes. Actually, I don't even know what's up. What went out? Let me look at it. Episode 36 went out. And I'm not even close to done. Like, episode 36 is me getting on to, what's it called? The final Pony Island. Like, that's what 36 is. So it's an easy 45 episode series, probably more. Because I think I did 2 more episodes, and I don't know if I've done the Dragon Trial yet. But, you know, so if 36 went out yesterday, that's me getting to Pony Island. There's probably an episode of me doing all the stuff up till Team Skull. Maybe doing the Hapu fight after Team Skull. And the Recon Squad fight. And there's probably an episode of me getting through the Vast Pony Wilds. Then it's probably going to be an episode where I do the Dragon Totem and the Ultra Space stuff. Which may or may not include the Ultra Necrozma and Lusamine fight. We'll see. Then there's the fairy trial and the final things in Sun that I need to do before I go to Mount Nalikila. So that's what, 5 episodes at that point. So Mount Nalikila, an episode of itself, then the Elite Four. So probably 2 episodes with the Elite Four, so 7 episodes. So yeah, 44, 45 episodes, I would assume. That is if things don't go bad. I mean, this all could be just spitballing if you saw the title from the episode yesterday. The run could be over. It'd be time for something new. You at the beginning of every game, it's like it's going to be long. I mean, it's just committing to play it. That's all it is. It's because you have like -2 in patience. And you gotta get some patience. You gotta be like, I'm gonna play this game, I'm gonna finish this game, and not be like, oh, I'm done. So there's definitely games that have slow mid games. Like, I'm in the slow part of Ultra Sun and Sun and Moon. I get that. So we're working through it. You know, I hit the Dragon Trial, game gets immediately. It's already, it's going at that point. So yeah. Also, I don't know. I'm gonna check this. Okay, it is the mana. I'm like, I thought I clipped it and made it a thing, but I wasn't sure. I know I'm hungry, so I want to have food conversations, but I also should not. I think I'm going to... I might... Well, I went out and got food. I didn't actually pay for the food I had out yesterday, which was cool. So I might do it again. But I'll probably go to the store today and get some stuff. Friday tends to be like my errand running day. Just because I'm like, it's a free day. I do whatever. Which is fine. I like that about... It's a cool to have like that one day that is just so open you can do what you want with it. So... I think it's mostly because, like, I technically start my week on Sunday, so I frame my week, like, weekends or the ends of the week. Both. Like, so Saturday's the end of the week. Sunday's the beginning. It's like, we work Sunday, I come home and I get the TikToks and stuff run for the week. So those are already taken care of. Which I'm gonna have to think about what I'm doing on YouTube with that, because I'm running out of things that are beyond, because I started it so late. We finally caught up. Shorts have finally almost caught up to TikToks. So by the end of the month, I think we'll be caught up, which is really weird for me to think about. It only took me 9 months to get there, but sorry, something in my throat. We get through all that. That's all done, and then we stream, you know. I like it when Beartick does it. Beartick. Beware doesn't spawn, because then I don't have to run away from him. But yeah, so all that stuff is done. Monday we start cranking out streaming stuff, so we have the stream, and then we have, usually that's when I get started on my recordings for the week. So like I will have, that'll be one controller at least. So one controller is usually done by Monday. Tuesday comes around, I'm in the office all day, so I don't get anything really done. Maybe some editing. I usually don't get anything done. Wednesday, I have all day, which is when I use I have the full day. So I use it to make my Saturday video, because those take literally the entire day to make. Like, they are like an 8-hour, they are like a full work day, 8 hours to make one Saturday video. And if I have time before I stream, I'll try to usually record some Jedi Survivor. Then we stream. Then Thursday, I work. Then I have the afternoon where I'm streaming. And that night, I actually took the last night off, but once I'm done streaming, that is when I'm getting Radical Red edited and uploaded. So that takes a couple hours. So usually like dinner time, I'm done with Radical Red stuff, and then I maybe have some time to record if I choose to. I wasn't motivated to record last night at all. I went, man, I need to do something, but I don't know what to do. I was tired. Yesterday was a long work day, so I didn't really feel like doing anything else. But usually that's like when I'll start recording some other things, getting those done. At some point in the week, shiny reactions happen, so like one of the video slots ends up being shiny reaction for the week. Usually I try to do that on Sunday, like the week before, because when I'm doing the clips for shorts and for TikToks, those I'm pulling them already from my manager to use them for the short videos, so I can pull them from the manager to do the extended thing that comes out on the YouTube channel for the shiny reaction. That tends to be when I get it done. And then Friday, by the time I get Friday, everything's done for the week, and I usually get whatever I can started for the next week, or finish up what I need to finish up before the weekend happens. Saturday, unpredictable, so I never know what's gonna go on. Same with and then we're back to the beginning of the week. You want Phasmophobia to come out on console? I am good. It's a game that I wouldn't get into. I don't think. Like, it seems cool, but having people to play with is my #1 concern with games, and why I don't buy them. Because I need people to play with. Like, Baldur's Gate that's come out, which I want to look into. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is out now, which a lot of my friends have been like, oh, this is a game you would probably enjoy. And they're right. I would enjoy it. But the problem with it is, I think it is a multiplayer game. Like, you have to have other people. Yeah, you have to gather a party. Which is not my thing. I don't have people to play with. I really just want to look into what the game is before I go looking at it. It's an MMO. It's not an MMO, really. I mean, it kind of is. It's basically like playing Dungeons and Dragons. I want to know about the game. It says gather your party and return to the Forbidden Realm, the Forgotten Realms. So it's basically Dungeons and Dragons, but a video game, which sounds awesome. But it does say gather your party. I miss when games used to have like the player thing on the, like, you guys remember like the old PS2, GameCube era games where they had like on the back it said number of players. I miss when they did that. But the game looks phenomenal. That's all I think. I think it looks phenomenal. If it's Dungeons and Dragons based, you have me interested because I love Dungeons and Dragons. But literally, the only thing they care about is the ratings. That's it. So, like, if it was a single player game, definitely. So I'm looking at how many players. But it doesn't say. Oh, I guess you can play it by yourself. You can play Baldur's Gate. You can attempt to solo campaign bullet, which means you won't team up with friends. Oh. So you don't have to play with other people, which might be interesting. It could be a cool thing to do. I mean, I don't see how it's that much different for Final Fantasy Nico at all. It's really not. You pick a you have a class. You're doing quests. Like, that's Baldur's Gate. Seems like. So saying it's not your type of game is saying you don't like playing Final Fantasy. Which then my question is, why are you playing it if you don't like it? But I definitely could see myself playing it. I'd probably want to play it with people. I think it'd be more fun that way. Also, I know this is taking forever now because 46 encounters is nothing. Why did I do this to myself? Like, that is the good part about Glimwood, is like they are overworld spawns too. And so I can run into I actually was doing more of the overworld run-ins than I was the exclamation points. But I've also been really bad with luck on overworld spawns too. So you also, I don't know if what Red Oak Red will look like this week. I think I might be busy. But we'll see. Things pop up. Like, definitely, I don't know. I really don't know how I'm gonna do all of this if I get another job. Yeah, I have no idea how I'm gonna do all of this. And keep up with what I'm doing. It seems like it's a lot. I did have that question because I watched a video of somebody who I'm watching. I should just say what I'm watching. Birdkeeper Toby's been one of my inspirations for making content since he's actually the reason I started making content in the first place, which is why I still do the My Gym video, and that video is still kind of like that video is very connected to the channel because that's the reason the channel exists. He's like, make your own. And I'm like, yeah, I can do that. And then I made my own. And then I made videos. And then I made a video of my own. So it's very connected to what I'm doing with the channel. But Toby's like, I'm done making content at the end of this year. And I'm like, oh. And he said something that caught on to me. It's like, I don't know who I am without the content. I'm like, yeah, I really don't. I don't think I do. I don't think I do either. Because I put all of my time into this. That's not really, like, I could be doing so many other things, but I'm putting it into content. I'm sitting here editing, I'm sitting here recording, I'm streaming, like, everything I do that's not part of my, you know, needs for daily life are content related. Pretty much. I don't know if that's really what I want or not. Which might mean that I need to back off a bit. It might mean I need to back off. And I think I'd have more incentive to do I think that it's basically figuring out what I want to do YouTube wise. Like, do I want to still make a Let's Play series? I still want to do shiny reactions. I still want to do the Saturday stuff, or do I want to like focus on an element of what I'm doing? It's like, I honestly like the playthroughs, but when they don't get like, if I got a view per subscriber on my channel for every video, I wouldn't question it. I'd be like, yeah, we're doing great. When it's not even 10%, that's I'm like, eh. It's not even 5%. It's kind of like hard to keep seeing the motivation to do it. Like, there's videos that do better than others, and there's videos that don't do as well. I get it. But like, the effort I'm putting into some of these things to make them, I just, for the number of people that watch them, I don't think it's worth. And I don't make anything off of YouTube either, so it's hard to keep motivated in that sense. Like, I'm looking, yeah, the shorts are what's doing well. Like, the shorts are the only thing that's really doing well. The rest of the stuff, not so much. So I'm being honest about it. I'd be doing a lot better if I just made shorts, and that's all I did. Like, just take the shorts, make it its own thing, and go for it. So I'm basically looking at videos that get over 100 views, and the only ones that get there are shorts. So these other things, I don't know why I'm making them. They aren't definitely getting the pool that they need to be getting. Like, I enjoy the crap out of making the gyms or doing the series. They are fun. And I like playing through the games, but the shorts, I mean, maybe that's what I do. I stream and then I make shorts. I don't know. So I finally found a my gym that actually did really well. Which they can do, like, these gyms and these videos can do well. It's just they usually don't. But it might also be like the algorithm pushing it out the correct way. Oh, it's definitely finding It's definitely finding the balance of like, how much time is worth putting into a video that's gonna get X amount of views. Like, am I putting in too much time for what I'm getting out of it or not? Like the shorts, I kind of streamlined how I do it now, so they don't take that long, maybe an hour for all 3 to get edited for the week. It's kind of why I'd hate to back off on them, but no. I know. The My Gyms are doing pretty well, actually. I think they're falling off recently. That is something else I thought about that Toby said. He's like, I don't think you guys want to see the same content just done and done over and over again. It's like, I guess I could take a little bit of a hiatus from the My Gyms and do something else. I just don't know what that something else is going to be. I also tend to stop doing the Saturday uploads during like the school year, which would be September for me. Like I tend to stop. Just because it makes it a lot easier for me to not have to worry about that. As I said, it takes 8 hours sometimes to do a single video. That's kind of a lot. When I can do a video in like 20 minutes and it gets 10 times the views, yeah, it doesn't make sense to be doing them. It is a long time. Yeah, I was trying to think. I started probably, usually my day begins at 9, and that's either a stream or I'm at work or I'm editing or making content. Like that usually is when I start working for the day. So I started putting that thing together probably 9 o'clock, and I had it ready to go and recorded at like 2 and edited and uploaded by like 4. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7, 8 hours to put a video together, which is when I say, you know, I put a lot of time in these videos, I mean I put a lot of time in these videos. You know, something like the My Gyms, they're easier to come by because I only take an extra hour on top of that to make a script. But when it's a best team video, I've put probably somewhere between 5 and 10 streams into that, which are 2 hours a piece. So essentially, I'm taking over a day to create one video. Yeah. So I'm glad Stream Elements is working, but I'm not seeing the ads come up really anymore. It's the thing saying ads are happening. So ads are happening in about 30 seconds. So I apologize for those of you who are getting them. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing, actually. Yeah, that message. If you want to continue the conversation, let me know. If you want to know what you missed and whatnot. I'm glad I don't have to say it and that alert comes up, just because it can be like, oh, you know, this is happening. It's more of a housekeeping thing, that this is happening, and I don't have to stop what I'm doing and be like, oh, wait. Ads are gonna happen. Sorry, guys. See you. No. I try to do it when I remember, just because I don't want to be like, especially if I don't see the timer show up. I'm like, I'm sorry. But also that timer gets off very easily. So yeah, 8 hours. Can't stop yawning. Try to not sit at a desk and maybe do something active. Which honestly I've been terrible at recently. Like, I got into the workout grind, I was doing really well at it, and then all of a sudden, like, life kind of happened, and I don't have a choice when I'm working. Like, just stand and do some squats at your desk while you're typing. It's not a problem. Yeah, I want to do better at that. I did have a regimen going where I was doing so much of a thing a day, and then yeah, but I've not done that. I'm not close enough, really? That's kind of annoying. I wonder if it's I kind of want to switch my ad timer to 15s and 45s instead of on the hour. It honestly works really well if it's doing what it's doing now, where it's like right before the hour shows up. Because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, the reason people always raid into ads is because they're done streaming at like a half hour or like an hour. Most people do not end their stream at a 45-minute or a 15-minute kind of thing. So honestly, if I did like a 2050, that would be really good for ads. But I also run like 3 minutes of ads at the beginning of stream just to give myself some space. I wonder if there's a... I know the button says 3. I was wondering if there is a way to run ads for like 6 minutes at the start of a stream, or like 5 minutes at the start of a stream, so I get 250 seconds. Is that correct? No, that's not even close to correct. So I get 300 seconds of ads gone. And then it would be like a 20-50 kind of thing. That would be cool. But the farthest I see it go up to is 3 minutes, which is what I do. Because I will run ads as soon as I start streaming, just so I can, as soon as it lets me, I will run ads just so, like, while I'm setting up and finishing up everything, you know, you're missing the BRB screen, which isn't that much of an issue, I hope. Rather than something else, so yeah. So I am getting hungry. It is 11 and I haven't eaten today, so that makes sense. Yeah, a 5-minute ad timer would be really good because, like, I tend to only take one break during streams in this time. But I usually get food during that break. So that wouldn't give me enough time to get food, but it would be a sustainable amount of time in between, so ads could be running. Though I feel like when ads show up, people click off. I feel like that's what happens, and I'm not a big fan of it, but they're gonna do it anyway. Like, this is the new thing. But honestly, you should be if you're... I kind of want to reword that a little bit. I'll have to take a look after stream, maybe. Because I want something in there about getting up and stretching or getting some water or something. I think that would be smart. Because that's when you really should be doing those kinds of things, like you have to pee, go on a break, go on the ad break, or something like that. Like, do what you would normally do when you were like, watching TV at your house. Like, ad break comes on, that's your time to go grab a snack, that's your time to go pee. And then come back. Can I stop finding cats? They are not the common spawn here. I switched the TV over. Well, don't do that. You're contributing to our very low attention span rate. Where people can only do a certain thing for a certain amount of time. Which I'm honestly surprised that a lot of the... I'm surprised with the number of people that stream. Because it's doing a lot of things at a lot of time. For a long period of time. How does that work, man? How are we so... I guess we're doing something, so it's a little bit easier, but... rather than trying to pay attention to something else. I know. See, that's what I want to see. 3 Munas in a row. Just keep doing that. You know, we've only been doing this hunt for like an hour and a half and only found... what? Roughly 86? 85? Which I guess is fair if you consider like 1 per hour, 1 per minute. Yeah. I know. It's honestly, I've been lucky with the shinies I've gotten because they've all been very under odds. Because odds is like 13 something. And yeah. I should also look at this Aura one, but I don't want to. Stop giving me cats. I don't want them. I do not want them. Thank you. My bad luck was random encounter. Well, they're high odds. They're 13 something. So you're not gonna find them as easily. Like, the fact that I found 3 this week is kind of crazy. Which is why I'm like, I probably should do Masuda before I run out of luck. Because I will be running out of luck. I probably have already run out of luck. But that's what it is. Masuda is 1 in 512, so like you have to get unlucky to not get a shiny per. I'm just thinking like how much I hunt. Like I only do 5 hours a day, if that. So yeah. I only do 5 hours a day, so it's kind of hard to really get into some other things. Because if you're doing a encounter per minute, roughly, which tends to be what I'm doing. If you're doing an encounter per minute, that's 60. You only get 60 encounters in an hour. Which means you're only getting, if I'm doing a 5-hour stream, I'm only getting 300 encounters. That's not right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm only getting 300 encounters. Which means a Masuda, if I'm doing a Masuda hunt like that, it's every other day I should get a shiny. Technically. Statistically, I should. So that's what you have to think about when you're doing stuff like this, I guess. Whereas if I'm only getting 60 encounters of mana in an hour and I'm doing a random encounter, you know, 5 hours, just, you know, only 300 encounters. And when it's 1300, that's 4 streams. It's 5 streams. I was gonna say 4 stream and some change. So basically, every 5 streams, you get a shiny. Which, by the time this event would be done, you know, or by the time you would get your shiny for the specific, like, section of the hunt, you would be over. It would already be over. So you have to get lucky almost, unless you're hunting all the time. Then it works. We're all like, oh, I'm not getting shinies. It's because we're doing. It's because we're under odds, and everyone who's finding shinies is probably under odds. Like I'm under odds right now. Like 240 is when I found my last shiny, so I've only done 250 extra encounters since then. So like, I find another shiny, you know, it's another one that's very, very quick. Which is also the problem with like phases during this, because if you get a shiny on a phase, the you technically reset your counter. You don't actually. There's no counter. It's just odds. But you're technically resetting it. So next shiny should be in like 5 days, 3 to 4 business days. I'll have to figure out how I want to do a certain. I'm rethinking how I want to do Nuzlocke in the future. So I'm not sure if like how I want, not like how I want to redo it, but like how I want to make it more difficult or challenging for myself. So I'm thinking of a way to like put more restrictions on myself, and that might make it more difficult, but I will see, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking of like something with the encounters, because like when you get encounters, like you can obviously swap them out. What if you're like hard locked into your next Pokemon? Like you have to use the first 6 Pokemon you catch, or the first 6 are the only ones you can use until one of them faints, and then you know, your next thing comes out, which is cool. But like I guess it really doesn't change late game encounters, because you're not gonna use your late game encounters most of the time anyway. Because A, you have to EV train them, B, you have to train them up to level, and C, you generally have a good solid team or core by the time you get to the end of the game, so there's really no need for those extra Pokemon. Unless you're having a terrible run and barely surviving. Then, you know, that might be helpful. Well, I'm done with English now. 2 classes left in today. Well, that's awesome. Glad they're going well, hopefully. I also like how none of these have changed. They're all just here. That Drifloon has been an Aura Drifloon for quite some time now. So that's cool. Alright, let's find me an encounter. Hey, it's a Mana, but it's not shiny. That's great. Read 2 articles about stuff that probably in my... I don't know what CCR means. I mean, yeah, you have a pretty fun sounding schedule. I'll be honest. I would be down. I wish I took guitar classes. College cheer readiness. That sounds dumb, but okay. I'm just gonna call it like it is. That sounds really dumb. I think it's probably college and career readiness, not college cheer readiness. That sounds correct to me. But if it's reading, I mean, sure. It still doesn't have, yeah. I always said that with some of the classes I was forced to take. Like, particularly science. I'm like, I don't want to do anything that has to deal with science in any capacity. So I don't want to take those classes. It's why I took what would have been considered remedial science my senior year of high school, because I didn't need it. Like, I took earth science. And earth science is, hey, you're not gonna take like an AP, you're not gonna take like a higher, like chemistry 2, or you're not gonna take like biology or anatomy or something like that. You're just gonna take freaking this to get out of everything. It's like you learn about clouds, you learn about weather. Like, I feel like I learned that in like 4th grade science, and I'm getting taught it in high school, and I'm like, this is dumb. My teacher literally looked at me. We took the first exam. I got 100 on it because it's easy. And she looks at me, she comes over and she says, "You should not be in this class." And I'm like, "Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not changing." It's like, I'm not changing. Like, why not? I'm like, I don't need another science class. It's like, I need another science class to get a credit to graduate. That's all I need. I don't want to take anything else because I'm not interested in anything else. I don't want to do anything else. I want an easy class. I don't want to work. Like, I don't need any of that. So I'm just getting by. Yeah. My senior year was pretty easy. I think I had an advanced English class. I had an advanced history class. Did I have an advanced math class? I did. I was taking advanced math. But I'm really good at math. I'm pretty good at history, and I'm pretty good at English. So, like, they weren't that hard. And I got to do whatever else I wanted, so it was great. You're hyper. Well, you just said it, so you kind of can't say you're not. Kind of can't say, well, I'm not gonna say that about myself, but I'm gonna say that about myself. Like, I grasp concepts faster than most people. So, like, if you tell me something, or you explain something to me, got it. Most people, they take a couple, like, okay, well, let me try it. I didn't get what you got. Well, what am I doing wrong? And they explain it. So what might take somebody, 20 minutes to get, I can do in like 5 minutes. And I have a very inquisitive brain, so like if I get something wrong, I figure out what's messed up with it, and then I can figure it out really easily. That's me. I'm not gonna talk about age on stream because it's not safe for Twitch terms of service. I think we've talked about high school, and that's all I really care to know. Because beyond that is just a lot. And I don't need to do that. So, yeah. It's the big thing about like any kind of streaming. It's like you don't talk about age just because it's cool like if you know the person like in real life, but like divulging that on the internet is not honestly safe in the first place. And beyond that, it can lead to some weird situations. So I just don't. He does have ear hands. That's weird. So I wonder what like Diggersby punches something with his ear hands. Does he hear, like he has to hear the sound that he makes like very vividly. What am I, Steve from Blue's Clues is like, we just got a letter, and you're asking me a question about life and stuff. That's a good, I have no idea, honestly. And if you got that reference, I appreciate you. You have, if you're not sure if she's pregnant or not. Has she increased in a sizable amount of weight only in her abdomen area? If so, pregnant. If just gained weight like across the board, probably just not working out. It also depends on like the dynamic of that relationship. If you know them well enough, you know, you'd be like, hey, so you pregnant, you pregunta, you are pregante, you know, you could do that, but she's not, she's gonna smack you, then that's assault. Honestly, that is assault. So, but I mean, she spelled neighbor wrong. I mean, it depends on your relationship with the person. That's honestly it. Like, if you know them, it's probably fine to ask. If you are just like, oh, your neighbors, and you like give each other like the, you know, that kind of stuff, probably not a good place to ask. But the only way you ask is if the only way you know is if you ask, for sure. We talk to each other if we see each other. That means you're acquaintances and not really good friends. You don't go to each other's houses for cups of tea. You're not friends. You're acquaintances. You know each other by proximity. So you cannot go up to the person and ask them. The other way you could ask is, you know, if they have a, you know, if they are pregnant, there obviously has to be somebody else involved with that situation. You could ask the other person involved, and be like, I don't want to offend this other person, but I want to know. I'm asking because I'm curious. Which, I mean, it's kind of a being around the bush kind of thing, but to be fair, a stable person who is confident in themselves and, you know, if you go up and ask them, they should be like, oh, I'm not, but, you know, I guess that means I need to actually start working out now. Like, they won't take offense to it. They'll be like, oh, this is somebody telling me that, like, I need to work on this. And that's helpful for my own growth and development. If they're a person who is not stable, they will be upset. It's, yeah. A lot of stuff that goes into that. Alright. Do I want to take a break? I'm kind of low on water. It says he's literally scraping the barrel to get anything out of this. So, and it is, what, 2.5 hours in the stream? Yeah. I think I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back. So, give me a moment, and I will see you soon. You're going to get some ads here, and that should be fine. I'll probably take a little bit of a longer break just because I'm going to get some food. So give me a moment, I'll be back. See you later. And none of you heard any of that because I'm muted. So that was a check. See if anyone would say muted. Nobody did. It's good to be back. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I wonder, like, if I just kept doing that, how long people it would, like, Nika would tell me when she got back. She's obviously not here. It's a good way to test when people are not here is, but I just stop actually saying words. But I had some lunch. I got some pork loin. We're good. I will be able to survive until after the end of stream, which is great. But I need to. I need to figure out how to make lunches less time because I feel like I lost 15 minutes. 15 minutes during that break. I honestly didn't because I maybe took 10 minutes, but I do want like to figure out how to streamline the food process because when I have to warm up something, it takes 2 minutes to warm up, so I already lose my entire ad time in that moment. Unless I'm like scarfing it down, you know. No shot I'll be back here in the 3 minutes. It's also a lot more difficult than my old setup, because my old setup, when I was in a studio apartment, you know, the kitchen is right next door. Like, you literally get up, take 5 steps, you're in the kitchen. Now I have to get up, get out of my room, go downstairs, go into the kitchen, and then do all that stuff. So it takes me like 15 seconds to get down to my kitchen to make food. And so I'm losing like half a minute in travel time. Between going there and back. I want to clarify going there and back. I don't want people to think I'm dumb and just like I don't know my time. But I do. Oh, this is done. I need to change that. Alright. Mana? Nope. It's freaking cat. Yeah, I'm helping people. They're like, they didn't know it was they didn't know that it was mana time here. Yeah, better than slumbering wheel. So I need to figure out meals to make that are gonna be quick. That's my thought. I'm also always down like you guys have ideas for like food to make because I've been getting into cooking a little bit more, but it's not like I've been doing it a lot. I need to actually cook more. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ba-dum, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. I think I mean, it's just it's an everyone thing, trying to cook more. I just don't like doing it, which is my problem. Because it takes time, but I've been watching like YouTube videos while doing it, so that works for me. My problem with that is I'm caught up video-wise at this point in time. So when I was behind, it's like, oh yeah, I can watch a video, and yeah. But last night I got caught up because, as I said, I didn't do anything. I took a night to myself, and I just got caught up on YouTube, which is cool, but now I don't have YouTube to watch. So good part is it's Friday. Oh, today is Jedi Survivor, so there will be an episode of Survivor to watch today, and then an episode of Radical Red. So we will be all good and ready to go. I mean, they're my own content. Unless I don't know what's happening, but I've recorded those so recently that I sort of know where we're at. So I know what I'm looking for. And I'm really watching my stuff in order to kind of just get the best bits moments, honestly. Come on. You can be the pink elephant. I mean the green elephant, the yellow elephant, whatever color that is. So then I think, well, if I knew what the next Pokemon was, I'd get it set up, but I guess we could go for Stone Journer. Because I don't have that. Might be nice for us to go for, since it is a target. It's a very, it's also overworld, so that'll make it a little bit easier for us too. I will say I've hunted pretty much exclusively in the mainland for this camp, so maybe I might do encounters next one and see what I can get somewhere else. I don't know. I don't know. Are we in misty terrain? Is that what it is? Yes. Okay. Oh, that's actually terrible. Is it? I'm trying to think what misty terrain does. I think it's sleep, right? Not sleep, but I can't status. Protects contact, does not make contacts. What I want to know what it does. It has the power of dragon type moves, regardless of their type. Best Pokemon be rest will fail, so it is status conditions. So I can't status them on a, which makes fog kind of annoying. Rest will fail, secret power is fail. It's not prevent. I can confuse a Pokemon. And not inseminate invulnerable turn. So it has the power of dragon moves against Pokemon regardless of user. It prevents Pokemon from being inflicted with non-volatile status conditions. What does that mean? Non-volatile. Non-volatile is that remains after is a status condition that remains after being switched out and be cured. Okay, so a status condition besides confusion. Gotcha. I thought it was status conditions. I'm glad I was right, but I also am not happy about that because it means that I can't. I can't use hypnosis to help lower the catch rate. What if Nico went over to ask her neighbor if she was pregnant and she said no and just smacked her into she got knocked out? That'd be funny. Not really, but that's the headcanon that I'm running with right now. I will say the other thing about Hollow Knight that I didn't bring up earlier is I've kind of been avoiding playing it only because I want to finish Jedi Survivor before I have a lot of those to edit. Because I haven't edited any of the Hollow Knight stuff yet. I have a lot of videos of Hollow Knight, so I don't want that. I don't want to have a lot of them and then just look at my video folder and be like, oh, you know, I have all these videos that I haven't edited. All right, can I stop getting the 10%, please? And start getting the 40? Thanks. Thanks. It's the 30. I want the 40. Give me the 40. I still wonder, people in my cabin are like, oh, I'm getting a lot of good Mona spawns in the wild area today. And I'm like, no, that's not happening. Oh. I'm sitting here wondering why I'm not seeing messages, and I understand why I'm not seeing messages now. Which makes me curious. Hey, that's good. No, I don't want that. I don't see it specifically, which is good. Ba-ba-bum. Not the bunny, I don't want the bunny. I don't want it. There's a speck on my screen. I didn't realize that Liepard had a weird black speck on the back of its leg, and I'm like, nope, it's my computer screen. You could be yellow. That'd be great. That would be wonderful, actually. I'd love to get this this taken care of today. Again. Honestly, I just want to get some points for my team. I think we're behind right now. So I don't think we've really been getting shinies today, and I know the others have probably been getting shinies today. Yeah, Luxray's winning. That's bullcrap. Yeah, we haven't got shinies today. What do they get, like, it's probably clever just getting like 70,000 today. I'm gonna look. I'm like clever. Look at that clever. Yeah. I'm not seeing a lot, honestly. Clever, yeah. Stupid bear too. I was just like, it's probably clever. Somebody's getting points in that cabin. It's clever. It's like I wanna help out my team and I wanna do better, but I wanna get points, but yeah. I don't have the time that other people got to put into this. Nor do I want to. I guess I could have hunted some last night. I thought about it, but no, I didn't want to do it. I don't like hunting off screen, and honestly, I'm not even doing it on screen either, but we're here. Stupid bear tick. Just son of bear tick to go where. I don't want you. Please go away. You are making my life more difficult than it needs to be right now. You forced me to get an encounter that I didn't need to get. Thank you. Are we sure that Liepard's not the 40%? Are we absolutely sure that Liepard's not the 40%? So I wouldn't be surprised. But they just pull at my leg. Seems very weird that it would be. Very nice. I guess the other way I could help out with my content is maybe shortening the streams, too. If I need more time. That's a good idea. I mean, I like the 5 hours, but it's kind of a lot. I guess it really just depends on the job. That's honestly what it depends on. So we'll see. I can't make any plans until I have that all figured out. But I've been applying for a lot of things. I honestly should check to see if anything got back to me. I doubt it, but I literally just checked last night. I had applied to a lot of them last night too. Oh, great. Please leave me alone, Beartick. Thanks, friend. Oh. A lot of them I just haven't heard back from. I don't even see the exclamation point. Nope. I really find anything. Hi, back. I'm dead. Neighbor slap you after you asked them if you were if they were pregnant. Is that what happened? That's my headcanon. I was running while you were away. We take dogs on a walk. That's not what you said you were gonna go do. You liar. You were a treasure chest. You would lie at the bottom of the ocean. Logged off to take them out. Wow. Press the button. Yeah. I guess I should look at. Technically, you didn't lie. I mean, you kind of did, though. My job. That's what I'm gonna look at. Yeah, I have 7 that I applied for. Just a half-truth. But not a shiny hunt. Cool. I mean, 1 to 5 people applied for one job. I mean, if I'm the only candidate, that might be good. Garage Shop's not doing well this challenge? That's a lie. If you looked at my team, we have been terrible lately. Like, we had a pretty good lead, and then all of a sudden, we're now in 3rd. And 4th on this challenge. No, you're not 4th. When did you look at the thing? You're not 4th on the challenge. I wanna fly high. Probably looked at it this morning. That's funny that I Wanna Fly is what the title of the video is. I'm not looked in hours. I just looked. So yeah, we are behind. I just want to know all those people who are over there, you know, hunting all the time, man. Although if they do if Litwick and Sizzlepede are, well, I guess I have to play. Have you ever seen the game Texas Chainsaw Massacre? My friend and I were talking about that the other day, but no, I know it's based off the movie. So I've heard of it, but not seen it. So I'm like wondering if I could do my other game too, that I have its full odds. I mean, I'm likely not gonna get it, but doing 2 games at once is probably better than only doing 1. I promise I need another copy. Route 8 is kind of annoying me. That's why I didn't hunt there. That's exactly why I didn't hunt there. Because of weather? Well, you can Masuda them. That's one I already have, so I didn't want to do that hunt. Yeah, but I'm gonna go for, if I do get a mana today, I'm gonna go for Stonejourner. A, because I don't have it, and B, because I haven't hunted it at all. And I know where it is, so I don't have to worry about it, really. I don't have eggs left over, but then don't do the thing where you get like 9,000 eggs and then hatch them in sequence. Do it where you get eggs as you need them and hatch them that way. Because then you do not have leftover eggs. You have what you need, so you actually can hunt. I'm trying to remember what Unpheasant Shiny is too. I think it's just a purple mask. That's the real difference. I don't know. To be honest, not one I've seen a shiny of in a while. You just gotta do it the right. You just gotta hunt it the right way. That's what you gotta do. If you don't, then you're gonna have an issue. I mean, I do it the right way, yeah. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to do it, but yeah, the way I do it is helpful because then you don't get leftover eggs. That's why I do it that way. You know, 4 leftover eggs is better than a whole like 70 boxes of leftover eggs. Because you got it in like the first encounter and then yeah. You need to grab a phone? You don't need to grab your phone. You're choosing to. Yeah, it is a little weird that like in 2 hours I've only done 100 encounters. 140 encounters. I guess it's... I gotta stop thinking about that. It's not helpful for anything. Just, I could be getting a lot more if I was just getting mana over and over and over again. Like, each interaction takes like 15 seconds. I'm gonna time it this time. So we'll see. We'll see how long it takes to get through all of the stuff. And for another encounter to spawn, it's 20 seconds. So I could technically get three encounters in a minute if everything worked right. I think I'm on a Masuda. What happened? I don't want a Masuda. No, I don't want to fight it. Because if we do everything perfectly, we should get 3 encounters every minute. Roughly. Because your way sounds better. It is a better way to do it. You don't have a bunch of leftover Pokemon. The only thing is you're stuck at the center doing it. Like, you can't do anything else besides the Masuda. But you do get no extra eggs. Plus, if you're shiny hunting something else, you probably want to have like a good team to actually go shiny hunt rather than having a flame body mon, which which all of them can burn your opponent as long as it's not a fire type. So yeah, that's kind of an issue. I wish there was a Pokemon that naturally got Misty Surge as an ability. I would use that in competitive just to shut down status. So when did Masuda get an eye in it? Somebody was saying that the next thing is going to be dragons. Because they kind of did fairies. They did sun and moon stuff. I don't remember what the first event was. Because I honestly I only did it for a day. The Corviknight. It was like Knights, Pixies, and now, like, the day kind of thing. Someone's like, oh, it's like dragons makes sense. I mean, it does kind of make sense, but although if it is dragons and they're all pseudo legendaries, I'm definitely not doing them in eggs because yikes. That is terrible. I will find them in the wild. Because egg hatching, not good. Although if they're kind of like going for a medieval theme, like the mascot of the next one should be a Dragapult because it's a catapult dragon. And it's it's like, yeah, it's a good Pokemon hunt. I will say that is the fun part about Camp Yoha, is like they had the themes, just figuring out what those are. We'll see. Typing is bad. Exclamation point to Hawaii. I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm dead. I just had food before I came back from break, so yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna have to look into Twitch to see if you can run more than 3 minutes of ads at a time. That would actually be a lot better for these kinds of streams. Going for Chinese in a bit. See, I don't know if I'd like Chinese. I'm not a big fan of like the soy sauce that they use, or like whatever else they put on their chicken and stuff. Like that, I'm not a big fan of those kinds of things. I'll eat rice and chicken all day, but the dressing of the chicken is not what I want. Sweet and sour. Yeah, I do not like sweet and sour. I think that kind of went back to me not liking barbecue, but I'm eating barbecue now, so that's a good thing. It's just I hadn't had it in a long time, and I thought it made me sick, but it was just the KFC that I had one time that made me sick, so yeah. And barbecue's not my favorite, definitely, but it's aight. I do need to think about something with my island, though, for Animal Crossing, because I'm going to be building a bridge. So I need to figure out where I'm going to put that bridge. I think it makes more sense to do it at the bottom of the map, kind of connecting the two beaches together. But I also like the idea of connecting the two areas that aren't connected. I feel like, though, it has to be something connected off of the mainland, which it makes no sense to go up if that's going to be the case. It makes more sense to do the one on the right, so I have more space. I'm gonna refresh this. Oh, dog's staring at me. He's like, walk. You're looking after your sister's dog for 2 weeks again. It feels like your sister leaves you with their dogs for 2 weeks every like month. Are they only home like two weeks out of the month? Something? What's up with that? I want to be able to take a vacation every month for 2 weeks. Like half the month I'm on vacation. That would be sick. I guess when in Rome. Said Greece, not Italy. I know. If I had the money to do that, you bet I would be taking trips. Also, if I lived somewhere that wasn't the US, I would be taking trips. Like, the problem with the US is like it's so big that it's hard to get out of the country unless you live on a border. So, I see John Travolta. Isn't he dead by now? Like, isn't he that old? Or are you trying to make a joke to Grease, the movie where John Travolta's in it? He's not still alive. Someone like Grease made in like the 70s. Like, the guy's gonna be old. He failed. I failed, I'm dead. Yeah, we did know. Olivia Newton-John. Alright. I want the 40%. Not the 20. Not the 10. Definitely not the 30. The 40%, please. Thank you. Just got 3 20% in a row. Come on. Can we make it a 4? Thank you. Yeah, I think that was last... I want to say that was like last summer. Which, the only thing I know Olivia Newton-John from is Grease. I thought... I know she's in other things, but that's the only time I ever hear her voice... her name associated with something. It happened to me in Glenwood Tangle. I was getting more Synesty than Shinonic. What's ridiculous? You were probably using the you were using, what's it called? No guard, probably. That's why, because Synesty's the rare encounter. I did it the smart way and did... Yeah, that's your problem. I did it the smart way and used Harvest because that means I have a 25% chance to get a... to get a Shrinotic with every encounter. Because it's a coin flip if Harvest procs, and if Harvest procs, then it's a 50-50 between Shrinotic and Fansub. It's a 50-50 between the two at that point. I think. It might not be, but... regardless, you're gonna get more Shrinotic if you use Harvest instead of No Guard. Because Shrinotic was not a rare spawn. Like 80-20. Well, that's what it feels like for this. Like, the Liepard's a 30% encounter, and I'm finding it like 50% of the time. My Muna's supposed to be the 40, and I feel like I'm finding it 20. I don't know what's going on with these encounter tables. Diggersby's only a 20, and I feel like it's a 40, so we're getting... I feel like something's messed up here. The Unpheasants are doing 10%. They are being 10% engaged, which is good. I do not see them as much, but I feel like I'm getting way more cats than I am Munas. Which I know it's like not a guaranteed ratio, but because it's programmed as probability. See, like there's 2 in a row. Like I should not get that. Which means with the probability, it can be... it's every single time they have that percentage of happening, which is fair, but... you know, you should see the more common things more common. more often than the non-common things. Than the uncommon things. Because we have a common. I wouldn't say ultra rare. We have a very common, we have a common, we have an uncommon, and we have a rare. Yeah, I should be finding the very common the most. And I'm not. I'm finding the common the most. You have abilities to make certain. Yeah, we've talked about that. Or like some sort of ability to make things spawn less. Like either increase the rate or make it so you can get rid of things. Like if I had a normal reducing ability right now, I could use that, and then I would probably just be seeing cats and elephants. But I don't have that. That's why I was hoping there was a gender ratio that was like pretty common. But I know all these are 50-50. So it doesn't matter if I use a cute Charmon. Yeah, I was trying to use cute. I was trying to see if I could use cute charm. Because I knew there was no typings here that helped. So I was like, oh, cute charm would be perfect, honestly. But that's obviously not a thing at the moment. Which Mono would make sense to be like all female or something like that. To that point, you bring in the cute Charmon so you only get female Pokemon. And then you avoid some of the other encounters that are possible. But I think I've only done one cute charm hunt, and that was I did Glimwood Tangle, but I didn't want a. I was doing it because I didn't want the Aditi, so I cute charmed for female Pokemon. Did I see the new Pokemon Poltchigeist? That one. What are your thoughts? I think it's a nice concept, and I really liked what they did to show it off. Like the video itself with the lore was really fitting for a ghost type Pokemon. I'm not a big fan of another grass and ghost type because I feel like it's kind of been used a lot. Like, I think of grass typing combinations, and it's like grass poison, grass ghost are like the two most common ones. So I'm not that thrilled about it. But it makes sense. Like, if you look back at when they released the game, it makes sense that they did a grass variant of it because it does learn Giga Drain, which is like the grass move. So. I guess Sinistea was only a ghost type. I feel like it really should have been a ghost water. I guess that would have been the other direction I would have seen them take, but no. Now I would have. I loved to see a typing that was undone before, like a teapot has a really good. It could, honestly, could be grass and fire if you really wanted to. It's like you're boiling tea leaves, so you have to have the element of fire and the element of grass or herbs. Like you could have done that, but I think it's a cool Pokemon. Like. I'm not gonna probably use it, but then again, there's no chance I was gonna use it because A, it doesn't exist in the game early enough to use, and B, I'm probably not that big of a fan of it. So it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's a fine Pokemon. I wonder what its abilities and stuff are, but it's probably out there. I still haven't watched that like second trailer yet. Like all the way through. I don't know why, I'm just not really excited about the DLC at this point. I think it's because they put it too far away that I just didn't get excited for it. And that kind of stopped me from really wanting to look into it more. It's the last time they did DLC, they came out, what, July? So, yeah. That was cool. I'm excited about this. I think everyone's excited about the second one. That's the one they seem to care more about. Like, I feel like it's gonna be similar to how Sword and Shield's DLCs were, where the Isle of Armor was... It was okay. Like, the story was fine. There wasn't a whole lot of new things that really made you want to do it. Some nice little niche things that were added. But, really, the second one is what they really want people to get excited for. Because it's like, oh, you get a new... You get access to hunt all the legendaries, and there's all these new Pokemon, and now that the starters are in the wild, everyone's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Which I'm honestly surprised they haven't done something like they're doing with the Indigo Disc before, where it's kind of like a conservation area. I mean, they had that in Alola with the Aether Foundation, but you couldn't catch anything in the Aether Foundation, which was the problem with it. I mean, I know it's a conservation area, so you shouldn't be catching Pokemon, but... They could have done something. Enjoy your burb. Stop giving me cats. What did I just say, game? I said stop giving me cats. And what do? You keep giving me cats. Jeez. Don't need 3 of them in a row. You wasted a whole minute of my shiny hunt. Come on, man. I mean, I get it, but I want to get through this as fast as possible so I can get to shiny. Oh, not a beware. The other thing I think I might do with Radical Red as a series, because the video is out now, BT dubs, yeah, is look at maybe doing some of the post-game stuff too. Because I haven't done post-game of a game in a long time. So. And I don't know what I'm going to be doing for the DLC either for this game. Well, for this game, for Scarlet and Violet. Because obviously I want to play them, but I think if I just stream it like everybody else is going to, it's not going to do well. But I also don't know when I'm going to get time to play it otherwise. It might be a time for me to practice some self stuff and not actually just like take that weekend off, content, play through the game, then do other, then come back. Be like, yeah, I've eaten it. It's cool. It's cat. I don't know yet. We'll have to figure that out. Set me free. Bum, 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 bum. Follow me. What would you guys like to see? I'm gonna ask the question that I don't like to ask. Not that it's gonna matter what you tell me, but what would you guys like to see? Content-wise. Here on the channel, like obviously something's gonna different. Honestly, I think it's just, oh, it's not Twitch doing something different, it's Edge doing something different. I'm seeing this now. Because Edge has done a thing where everything is like a bubbly border, so they're rounded edges, and then there's the color of your background in the background. Like for instance, I use orange, so that has become my background for everything. So it's like a little border of orange around everything. Which is why I'm like, oh, Twitch is doing something different where they're... No, it's not that. Yeah, I think what might come after Hollow Knight is some sort of like challenge run again. I've been getting the itch to do it. Mostly because I talk about the Deathless run of Jedi Fallen Order all the time. So I'm interested in maybe doing that again. I have a few ideas. Depends on what I want to play the most. I think I have an idea. There's one that I've been thinking about doing for a while, but I don't know if I'm really going to. If I'd be good enough at it. I have to go pick up food. I have to go pick up the Chinese food. So good. This is just got a good slap bass line. They go like, what's one of your favorite or like most underrated songs in SA2? And I'm like, it's My Sweet Passion, because the slap bass line, chef's kiss. And then like they put just enough trumpet in there that it's not overpowering, but it's a nice background add. It like really enriches the song. But it's really the bass line that gets this song going. Like feels very like they created the bass line and they're like, yeah, let's put some other stuff on top of it so it like rounds it out. So honestly, if you're gonna make a song, rhythm and bass line, probably your two biggest things. But like the melody and the yeah, I get it. Like believe me, I get melody and your harmonies are important, but bass line and rhythm, very important. That really sets the stone. Do you like prawn crackers? I don't even know what prawn crackers are, Nico. Like cocktail crackers? I can look it up. We probably don't have them. I have no idea what those are. They look okay. Like, they look pretty good. And deep fried. Oh, they're like snack. They're like deep fried. I probably wouldn't, because I wouldn't like prawn. Because I'm not a seafood person. So I would say probably not. But they look good. I just... Well, I'm probably not aware of them because I don't seafood. And they're based off prawn. So I would assume that I would not like it. No, I don't want prawn crackers. I want prawn. I just want to look at prawn. Yeah, because prawn's like a shrimp. I'm gonna take this one because I don't know what this is. So give me a second. Enjoy the food pickup. I was curious about that. Like, when are these call centers gonna stop calling? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, the amount that I have in a day that I have to answer, it's ridiculous. And I'm one of those people who will, like, most likely answer a call if they get a call. Because you never know when it's going to come across as something weird and, you know, it's somebody you know that doesn't have access to their actual phone. But it's sad that we live in a society where the commonplace is not to answer the phone. When you get a call. because actually my parents' generation and before that, so those who were growing up with the technology of the phone ruined it for the rest of us, because they're like, oh, we're gonna make a bunch of prank calls and do that kind of stuff. So now them as adults go, oh, you know, they're just kids prank calling, you don't have to answer it. And then we're all taught that it's most likely a prank call. And of course now the commonplace with call centers trying to scam you out of money or something like that, it's commonplace not to answer. I wonder if they ever call 911, because that's like a felony account, a charge. You can't make fake reports to 911 or call them. So that's good. I want that to be a thing for my phone. Like, it's a felony charge to call me without like having an actual reason to call me. Be a lot of people arrested. I mean, the thing is, I can tell it's a fake call because when I pick up the phone and say hello, there's not an immediate response. There's a little blip, as in they're playing an audio recording, and I'm like, just stop. Just don't do that. So by the point the audio blip happens, I'm like, don't call me again, and hang up. Burn. Very nice. I don't know. I feel like our like the boomer and like millennial generation. Well, I don't know if it's millennials per se. I feel like I'm skipping a generation. I gotta look at this. I always question this because I think it is millennials after boomer generation. Sure, please, thank you. I look it up all the time because apparently I have it. It's a common thing. Boomers. It's AXX. Yeah, I think it's more of the Gen X. Boomers and Gen X kind of ruin things so that like anything millennials and down is they kind of are suffering for it. Like, there's all these safety things because the boomers and X ruined it, or there's all these, you know, they got away with too much, and then we got backlash for it. So, yeah, it's not like it's a bad thing. Like, the safety stuff needs to be there, but yeah. That's a cat. Oh, not the units. Do not capture the cursor things. Perfect. I've been meaning to fix that for a while too. I lost where it is because I accidentally flipped the camera. Ugh. Where are we at? What time do I end stream? Is it 1 or is it... Remember when I asked that all the time when I did the Saturday streams at the beginning? I do. Now that I only do the same time of day all the time, it's a lot easier. You itch the back of my shoulder. Why? It's such a weird place for itching to happen. Oh, that felt really good for my other arm. No, it didn't. I need to stretch it now. Yeah. I honestly think this it's going to be a daily thing, 9 to 2. I think that's just what's going to happen. So I think I have class at 2, so it might be a daily thing 9 to 1. I might cut off an hour early. Depends on a few things, honestly. I need to pick that. I read that already. What if I did a Jedi Survivor? There's no way I could do a Survivor Deathless run on Grandmaster. Like, it is like 20 times harder than Survivor. I mean, than Fallen Order. Like, it's a lot harder. By a good portion. Like, the fact that things can one-shot you is kind of ridiculous. Did it not upload? Okay, it went... Well, why is that working? Weird. Because my uploads didn't have that. Yeah. The other thing I need to fix is like the Twitter button. There's so much there's never enough time to get everything done. Oh my gosh. Like, I just wanna have like the world and I don't know why I went full diva for a second there. But yeah, I do need to figure out the Twitter ping bot because that's an issue. I think it's mostly a issue. They want money, and I don't want to pay them money to do nothing. Like, if people actually looked at my tweets from the Discord and, like, that was... Sure, but... I'm sure there's got to be some sort of other Twitter bot at this point in time. But they did what most services do. Is like they start out free, then after like a year they go, oh yeah, by the way, now we are not doing that. Ooh, they have a sausage, egg, and cheese at Dunkin' for $3, and you get a medium coffee. I didn't want the coffee, but I will take the sandwich for $3. This is good. I almost got Dunkin' yesterday. Had a long day at work, and I got in early. I worked. I had to work for like an hour, and then I had to go somewhere else for something, and then come back. This was like I could stop at a Dunkin' and get breakfast, but I didn't. You know me, the fighting free Knuckles, and we at Pumpkin Hill. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? I feel like the bass isn't as loud as it normally is here. Oh, they do have the breakdown in the middle of it that has to happen first, so. I'd like to do some more theory kind of videos. And I bring that up because every time a Ghost Pumpkin Soup comes on my playlist, I think of a video where they are talking about Knuckles dealing with hallucinations throughout the story of SA2, because that's what the creator of Tawny, who wrote all the rap music for Knuckles, did. So he created all the lyrics. He was the lyricist for this. Good old 100p, man. Y'all 100p fans? I'm 100p fan. I'm a 100p fan. To be fair, I'm a Tony Harnell fan because of SA2 music too. Which is cool that you become a fan of somebody's music through a video. I need to look at that too. There's so much I need to do. I should make a list. I should make a list. I would be more productive if I made a list. Boom. List. My favorite thing. Which brings us to our sponsored ads time of the stream. If you guys are not familiar, I am sponsored with Sticky Note. If you are interested in purchasing some Sticky Note, stickynote.com/shop/chaos6. Check out, get you 20% off on absolutely nothing, but I would really love the sponsorship, so please get me there. But I use Sticky Notes like crazy, so that's why I always say that. So I need to food. I'm gonna get a haircut today. So I'm gonna do haircut. I need a Twitter bot. I need to look at the voice acting website. See if I can get some opportunities. Show up Pete's fat. That's what I'm gonna leave it as. I don't know what else I have to do today, but my problem is like my brain works way faster than I can. Well, my brain works faster than my mouth can process, and for me to understand things, I have to talk it through. So I'm talking through one thing, and then something else comes to mind. Like I do this, I do that, and brain just does not work. What happened to my elements, man? They always stick out of line. Yeah, there's just a lot going on. I do appreciate those of you who are sticking through everything of the stream. Being here, joining us, chatting, lurking, appreciated. If you are lurking, there is a lurk command. I will not question you further than saying have a great lurk if you type !lurk. I'm not going to start chatting with you. I know better than that because I am a lurker myself. So I get it. I wish I wasn't, but you guys hear about how busy I am. Like I ain't got time for Twitch. I mean, there's always there's always something to work on. But I jump back to a conversation I had earlier about Mercury Potobi, because he was saying that in his video that I watched recently, that the problem with being a content creator is that there's always something for you to be working on, and there's always something next for you to do, which is an unhealthy relationship if you're constantly perseverating over the idea of continually doing something for the channel. It's also the problem, like, if you feel bad for taking time to do things yourself rather than make your content, which I had a lot of problems with. More at the beginning of this year. I've really done well with it. I'm very happy with the progress I've made because I can go, yeah, I'm taking a night off. I ain't making content. I'm not doing anything. But I've also got really good with it for like life reasons too. I tend to go out at least once a week now, which is good. Maybe even twice a week. And those are my nights off. It's like I want to spend time with the people I'm going out with. Like I don't want to worry about the content stuff. I still get what needs to be done, which is the important part. But yeah, I think that's my problem with motivation. Is like I have all this time. My brain perceives that I have all this time. I don't really. My brain perceives there's all this space, and I need to find a way to fill it. And it doesn't go, hey, you could stop. I'm interested. I really want to know. I probably should run the poll on my YouTube channel. I'm gonna actually do that right now. Boom. Multitasking. I'm gonna create a post. Why do I have to do this? I'm gonna not, because that doesn't. I don't like that. I should create a poll. Well, it's not gonna matter anyway. I'm just gonna have to try it. I think that's kind of another thing I've learned recently. Is that I just gotta... I'm not gonna get the feedback that I'm looking for. And like, for the last... How long have I been making content for? 2016? 06082201. Yeah, 16. So for the last 7 years, I've been making content with the preconceived notion that you guys are gonna help me out in creating stuff and figuring out what I want to do. That's not the case. And I know that a lot of the people who have been really supportive in that role, and I thank you for that, and I'm sorry that I'm the way I am, but you're kind of like, well, Chaos doesn't ever take by consideration, or he's not like... There's a lot of logistic stuff that I'm doing in my head that you don't see, which is why I'm not doing what you're telling me to do. But it is in my mind, and I do keep it there, and I do eventually do it. Really good example is somebody was mentioning doing Sunshine. They wanted me to play it on stream. I'm like, that will happen. Because at that point, I knew I was going to do it for Invisible Corporations. I just had to get to that point where it was going to come out. It wasn't ready at that point in time. It took me a year to get there. Sometimes it takes a while. But I think what I've done is I've broken the relationship enough. Not broken the relationship, but I think I've made everyone weary about that. It's like, oh, Chaos will do it way later in his career. And thus, when I ask him to do something, it's not going to happen immediately. Which is not the case. You know, you might have a really good idea that I want to do, but it has to be something that I want to do too. Welcome in back. I'm Dan. Also, this is the new song that we added to the playlist, so I'm really happy about it. Because I feel like many of you, when I'm like, hey, give me suggestions, you're like, well, you're not going to do it anyway, so why am I even going to try? Which is not the case. I just can't do everybody's suggestion. I was actually watching a stream yesterday, and they had... So this is not the original White Jungle. This is the remix from Sonic Forces, which is okay. I like the remix a lot better because it's more punk rock kind of driven, where the original White Jungle music is kind of backgrounds and very much has jungle themes in it, where this one does not. Which, this sounds a lot better. But somebody had like the like they had like rhythmic lines like that, and I'm like, that sounds like White Jungle to me. And so it got me thinking about this song. Honestly, I could put the whole SA2 playlist on in my playlist, and I would be fine. Because we used to sit here and I'd play SA2 like once a week. In Song Request. Back in the day. That's also, I'm glad I thought about that. That's something else I can do. But what I was really getting at is like there was a song that sounded like White Jungle, and I'm like, oh, this sounds like White Jungle, and then I went and listened to it, and I'm like, why is this not on my playlist? So now it is on the playlist. Which at some point it's just gonna be the whole SA2 playlist. I mean, honestly, I would not feel bad doing that because it is my favorite. One of my favorite overall video game soundtracks. Honestly, it probably is my favorite video game soundtrack. Although Forces does have not Forces. Frick, what's it called? The new one that just came out that I played last September. Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers has a really good soundtrack too. So keeps raining on and off. It's raining here too, which is weird. That's why I'm not having my lunch meeting. It's supposed to rain. I haven't noticed it or heard it, or it didn't look like it was raining when I went down for the break, but apparently it's raining. Yay, it's a freaking cat. Actually, that's what I was checking. You ever do that? You open your phone and you're like, I don't know what I was on here for, but you saw a ping or something, and you go look at the ping, and you forget what you were doing. It's not raining right now, according to my app, but it is supposed to. It could rain the rest of the. It could rain in like an hour, which is fine. The master plan. Yes, I do it all the time because I cannot stand having a ping on my phone. It drives me crazy. Anything got interesting plans for the weekend? Maybe that's the next good conversation topic, I guess. I don't have plans for the weekend, but I did have a thought that came out of that. Is one of the things that when I was, how long ago was that? Probably 2 years ago. I'm like, I really want to build my streaming profile up, and I was taking the time to do like just chatting for 30 minutes before I started actually streaming. It's like you should have conversations topics listed. I really am thinking about that. Like, I kind of want to get a stream notebook, and why don't you just get a sticky note? Because sticky notes are too small for that. I want to get a stream notebook and just have a list of things I've talked about. Like, I had a sticky note with that on it, and I ran out of ideas really quickly. But I'm trying to think about what I was going to. But it was saying, like, have conversation topics, have, like, since I do the dad joke thing, have some dad jokes on lock ready to go, so I don't have to, like, fumble around with it. Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking about doing that again, and just having conversation topics. But I generally like the random ones that come up, and they're more genuine and authentic, I feel like, rather than me having to be sitting here going, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about, or like I would have to, okay, so now that we're in the third hour of the stream, we have to talk about this specific topic for the next hour, and that's what we're going to be talking about. So let me know these. I've come up with some really good ideas in the last couple of streams, I feel like, to talk about. You don't have anything going on this 3-day weekend? Here's my surprise face. UK holiday on Monday? Wow. Isn't that like every Monday? You guys just you guys feel like it's probably because Americans are way overworked and we work all the time that it feels like you British people just are lazy. I think it's an us problem. I don't think it's a you problem. I think it's an us problem. Because the amount of Monday holidays that you guys have is ridiculous. I know we have a lot too, but that's kind of crazy. That's like, seems like every other Monday. I mean, it's been a while, obviously, the summer, but it feels like you guys have a Monday holiday pretty much every other day. And it's probably like something stupid like the Queen's anniversary or something like that. Not that lazy. Hide that lazy, I'm dead. I chose to omit nuts. So, the Queen's anniversary. I don't know, like something like that. She's dead though. But it would be something like that. That's what I'm saying. Or this was the day the Queen pooed 3 times in one day. It is now a national holiday celebrated on the first Monday of February, and we must celebrate it by taking three poos. Like that's what I feel like it is. I know it's probably not, but it's like I'll liken it back to the school year for me. It seemed like once a month, or maybe like, yeah, it was like once a month, we'd have a random Tuesday that we weren't in classes because it was like a teacher training day or something along the lines. Okay. So like, I get it. It's a random Tuesday that we were off, which didn't make sense to me. Like, 1, why is it a Tuesday? 2, why are we having a random day off in the middle of a school year for no reason? Well, I mean, I guess there's reason, but why is it not a Monday or a Friday kind of thing? She is dead, though. I mean, it could have been her death anniversary. It could have been her wedding anniversary. I don't know. Like, it just feels like that. That's what I'm getting at. I need to watch like more Toby videos. It's giving me a lot to talk about today, which is good because I literally watched it last night. But I will ask this question for you guys, and you can let me know because I'm honestly very interested in it because I feel like it's a common thing. But and I'll explain my position on it while I'm getting your thoughts. She died in April, I think. I think you're right. No, I think it was May. I think it was May. So I think I was in summer. That would have been after school was done. So I think it was May. But I'll get your thoughts on this. Do you think do you know who you are outside of your job? Like, is your job a massive part of who you are? So my concept is it is something you spend a lot of your life doing. So I feel like it has to be a pretty sizable part of you. Like, it's not like the important thing that defines you. Like, my job is not what defines me, but I mean, it kind of does, but it is part of who I am. I enjoy it, at least what I'm doing. I enjoy it. I'm glad I'm doing it. So it is a big part of who I am, but I think if I didn't have my job, it would, like, I would still be, like, function. Like, I'm still a person if I don't have my job. So that's really what I'm getting at. Like, do you think it is enough of a personality trait for you that if you didn't have your job, you would lose who you were? Because I think that I'm okay. Not for me, no. It's like if you didn't have your job, you'd still be like, that's not even part of you. It's just what you do. Because I feel like when you have a conversation with somebody, you're like, when you meet somebody, what are the first things you say? You go, "Nice to meet you. My name is so and so. I'm from this location. I do this for my work." Like, it's one of the first 3 things you say to somebody. So I feel like it is a pretty important identifier. It's not like the most thing, but it's a categorization of who you are. So like I do this thing, so I'm like so I have interest in this, 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 and this because it's tied to this one thing that I do. Whereas, you know, it's part of who you are because that's what you like professionally do. But there are so many other elements of your life that make up who you are. Like, you know, you could be a fan of this franchise or that franchise, or maybe you like writing in your time off, or you're like making art or something like that. I don't know. I feel like those are almost more important. I mean, sure, like the baseline you is this person who works at a you know, works a 9 to 5, whatever it is. But the other like hours that you're awake in the day are like really who you are. Like I like hanging out with this person. I like talking about this. I like doing that. You find it funny when people get all posh over the phone, and that was a random thing to bring up. I'm assuming you called somebody and they're like, "Oh, back in the morrow, I did dance this, nine, and that, and I'm the successful billionaire Woodrow Waldsworth." Thank you. Please pay me no mind, as I can't promptly fix my top hat and monocle. Is that what you're talking about? Exactly. Dude, I haven't seen a mana in like 2 minutes, in like 2 or 3 minutes, bro. What's going on? It's 40%. Like, I will complain about that. I don't care that I'm not getting a shiny. I'm gonna complain that I'm not seeing the commons mod. It's only because I'm hunting it. Like, if I was not hunting it, it's Murphy's Law. It's 100% Murphy. There we go. Thank you. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. By the way, we're both wrong. It's last September. You did say that. That feels weird. It feels like it happened in the spring. I don't know. Because it feels like I wasn't in class. It might have been during fall break. That might be when it happened. That might have been what happened. Because I'm like, I wasn't in class, but I remember that I was in my dorm. So I don't know. Alright, you gave me one. Like, it's not the rare spot. You had to juggle it? But the streamer, man, knows everything, right? I thought that's how that works. I also asked that question because I'm sitting here wondering if I'm interesting enough. Like, I don't feel like I'm interesting enough. I don't know. That's just me. Like, I feel like most people comment and like, oh, you're kind of like... Yeah, when I give corrective advice. Like, I feel like I'll walk in and I'm like... That's kind of part of my failures, like I'm not interesting. You're interesting enough, though. I don't know. I appreciate that. Like, I'm not gonna belittle that, but it does feel like it's better than streaming in silence. That is true. I was there. I do understand it. I do very much understand it. So I don't know. I just... Is there a thing as to, like, there's things I'm interested in, obviously, but like, that's not what I'm not worried about the people who are lurking. I'm worried about like those on a personal level, like being not interesting at all. It happened because I gave Tui the conversation where I was like, your whole life is sports and that's it. You have no personality beyond that. And I thought, I'm like, do I really have a personality outside of content? Like, and I mean, I don't think so. If it's not Pokemon, Zelda, Sonic, I mean, I guess I like Star Wars and I like Harry Potter and I can talk about those things. Like, there's other niche things you can get me on, like How I Met Your Mother or Supernatural or the current anime I'm watching. Like, those kind of, like, I have some stuff, but I feel like in normal world land, where being a gamer and a weeb is not commonplace, I don't have a lot to go on. Kind of do with work and school. I mean, yeah, it's fine. I don't know. I just don't want to be interesting, I guess. I mean, as I'm talking through it, I'm like, I have a lot of things. There's a lot of things. But I'm like, if somebody doesn't like that aspect, if I feel like I'm maybe too invested in like this one specific area that I don't have a lot of diversity. But like, what else do I get into? I don't know. Like, what's a normal hobby to have that I guess makes you... I know you like your movies. I like some movies. I'm not a big movie watcher, honestly. But like, if it's a... There's a certain genre like that I like watching. I don't know. I mean, the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, oh yeah, I have a lot of stuff, but I don't think I interact with all of those elements often enough that I can talk about it. I guess part of it is also, it's a different atmosphere. Like, you come into a stream, you expect the person to be kind of like a gamer type. You're expecting them to be a gamer type. You're expecting them to maybe have some likes of anime and like those kinds of things, like things that would associate with gamer culture. But like in IRL, I don't know if people expect that. So I don't know. Also, I'm gonna complain about it again. Why are we getting the 20 and 30%? Where's the 40? I have not seen a mon in 5 minutes. Like, come on. This is what I'm talking about. This is why this is not working. That's why I feel like we're not getting encounters, because we aren't. Can we get encounters, please? Thanks. I guess the other thing is, like, when I'm talking about this stuff to other people, like, I'm doing the same thing every day. Like, I'm shiny hunting. You know how boring shiny hunting is? From a conversation, like, yeah, well, shiny hunting. Well, you know, it's like you're looking for a specific, you're looking for a rare occurrence that happens 1 in however many the odds is. And you just keep doing the thing you're doing until you get to that point. You can do this, this, or this to increase that odd from happening. And that is it. So that's it. Minute conversation, period, and you're done. Why do you do it? It's because, yeah. Because I guess it's what people like to watch? I don't know. Did you talk about Harry Potter? I did read that. I don't know if I said anything about it. Yeah. No, I'm just... I feel like it might be because I interact with a lot of people that don't have a similar personality or similar interests that I do. So it becomes hard to talk about those kinds of things. Like if I walk up to somebody and I'm like, oh, I like gaming, and they're like, cool. And that's it. Yeah. The other part is like when people ask me what games I play, I always hesitate because I'm like, do I tell them I play Pokemon? Like, is that taboo? Like, is that still taboo? I don't know. Maybe that's just something I gotta work on too. It's definitely something I gotta work on. So, you like that at work where you're like, at Pokemon, but you can't say Pokemon because it's like, that's a kid's game. It's not really, but I don't like telling people I have Pokemon either. Like, for me wearing I wore the Chipotle shirt through the airport one time and I got stopped for it, which was a cool interaction. I mean, not cool that I was getting my picture taken by somebody from TSA, but cool interaction that somebody actually is like, oh, I like your shirt because it's a Pokemon shirt. I don't know. Yeah, I do think that's part of it. We feel like people are going to be judgmental. It's like you are a lower form of being because you like Pokemon and not... Like, what's wrong with Pokemon? There's a lot of things to it. Like, I have a lot... I don't know how many videos. I'm going to go look. Can you find a way to look at how many videos you have? I mean, I can ballpark it. I guess that's probably what I can do. I'll ballpark it. So, 7 years, 365 days. 365 divided by 5. 365 divided by 5. Is that what I want to do? 73? That's not right. Well, it wouldn't make sense if it's 73 days of the year that I don't upload. 5 minus 73, 292. That's 7. I have probably over 2,000, over 4,000 videos on my channel. Most of them talking about Pokemon. So, I could talk about Pokemon. I feel like. That's why I don't take my Switch to work, because like you're playing Pokemon. I mean, it's a comfort thing. I guess I gotta work on that. Like, somebody asked me recently, like, what I play, and I'm like, well, I've been playing WoW with my friends, which is not lying to them. Have been playing WoW, but I feel like WoW is a much more nerdy kind of thing to do than playing Pokemon. I don't know. Weird. You know, tell people at work you're a gamer girl. That does kind of limit what you can talk about, I guess. It's not my leading conversation because I don't think most people find it interesting. And obviously, if I start talking about gaming, I have to go into my content, and I don't want to really divulge my content stuff. So, person who knows is my supervisor. That's weird. I try to keep my content life out of my real life as much as possible. Like, if you paid attention enough, you could see, because it's like, oh, you know, we need you to do the social media thing. I'm like, yeah, cool. Or it's like, or we don't know how, we're not sure how this will work on YouTube. And I'm like, yeah, this, and this. And I'm like, how do you know this stuff? It's just, I've looked at the algorithm. I'm not lying to them. I have looked at the algorithm. I have studied the algorithm quite extensively. So. Not like I'm lying. Just not, I guess, being 100% truthful. What's up, Jimmy? Welcome in. Hope your lunch is going well. Happy Friday. Playing some Persona tonight. Look. Apple. Just kidding. Jimmy, you can answer me this one. Yeah, I feel like I know your answer, but I want to know your answer still. Do you feel like if you didn't have your job, you would have your personality still? What's up, dude? I am AI robot. I do AI robot things. You have salad. What kind of salad? That's the real question. What kind of salad? Say again. If you quit your job, like you remove your job from your personality, are you still Jimmy, or are you missing a sizable chunk of yourself that you can't be Jimmy? And I also want to know what kind of salad you have. Because that is important. I feel like knowing you, it's some sort of chicken salad. But is it a chicken Caesar salad? Because then I want one. You're missing a sizable chunk. No job is perfect. I love what I do. Oh, see, Jimmy's one of those people who, like, if you don't have your job, you lose your personality. See? Do I know Jimmy or do I know Jimmy? Chicken salad. Just left off the Southwest part. It's pretty good. That has like corn and like a bunch of vegetables in it, right? Like corn, carrots, and just like that one. Dude, I can go for some Caesar salads. No corn, but everything else is correct. Gotcha. I thought it had corn. Weird. Salad has corn in it. I'm thinking. I have no idea. It makes me want to. We talk about salads. It makes me want to go back to this this Italian restaurant that we have. It's nearby. I've been one time since I've been here. I've gone out a lot more here than I did when I was in school. So that's good. Which I'm happy about. But they're like, what kind of salad do you want? And they're like listing off the stuff, and I'm like, Caesar. You say Caesar, you say less. Like, just give me Caesar salad, which I like. But if I'm gonna choose a meal, I'm never gonna choose a Caesar salad, which is what I don't understand. Like, I'm gonna go for a meal, I don't choose a Caesar salad. Although, if I start moving my like day that I do, like my down day to Monday instead of Fridays. And by down day, I mean I have time and I can do things. I could get like a Caesar salad thing on Monday. And then just have that like a Wednesday and Friday when I stream. Have I seen the Kirby video with the macaroni? No. Interesting. So Jimmy is not anything without content, and Jimmy's life is basically content creation and tech support. Got it. Should I get it? Can't I send it on here? Yeah. I think you have that anyway, but because you're a mod. Am I supposed to listen to it? Why are you doing it? If I just do it, will you leave me alone? I'm sorry, what?
Macaroni with the chicken strips.
That's pretty good. That was something, alright. I'm listening. I'm not on my screen. Macaroni with the chicken strips. Just dies. That's no. You don't chicken strips in macaroni. You hot dog in macaroni. That's what you do. You hot dog. You gotta get some hot dogs, man. You take them hot dogs, you grill them up nice and good. You cut them into little tiny pieces, and you have them with your macaroni. That's where it's at. How you doing? Please stop watching TikTok. Because what I've been getting on recently is this guy, and he's like, how like New England fathers say certain things. And the one I watched last night is "How you doing?" Like greeting a neighbor. How you doing? Going to a funeral. How you doing? Winning the lottery. Like, how you doing? You know. Just the attitude. It's great. It's funny. I guess that's why I'm watching. Is it a bad thing? I don't know. But you were doing a bit. Asking it, how you doing? Like, it's cool. It's funny. See, Jamie, TikTok can be fun. Just have to give it a chance. I'm just kidding. I think I am gonna do that post on YouTube though later, maybe now. I know, I get it. It's not the thing. Well, don't worry about it, Jimmy, because YouTube is just getting longer videos now. Feels like every Let's Play series is an hour long, at minimum. And I'm like, I can't keep up with this. TikTok addict. Well, you gotta just learn how to put the phone down. Says the guy who has no time to watch the OG stuff. What OG stuff? Me? Oh. No, you're the guy. Yo, Nori with toast. Thank you for the follow. I think I said that right. Let me know if I didn't. Regular videos. No, I get you. So you're saying you can't watch the 30-minute ones, let alone the hour-long ones. Nah. I picking up what you're putting down. No, the new format, it seems like particularly with LPs, is like an hour. And I don't get it. What's up? Can I just call you Nori? Is that fine? Or do you like the whole name? I couldn't do either. That username reminds you of this? Is that Hold on. Hold on. I'm sure I have a thing for it. Hold on. Can I do that? And if I do this, does it show up? No. I don't have that layout on. I guess you could do this, and you could still hear me. Like this. Is like this one. Nori works. That's great. Thank you for letting me know.
I do, but that is my ringtone. Still, what is this check?
Bruh, look at this dude.
This is my
That's
face.
wrong! First and foremost, that's wrong. Because toasters toast bread, forehead. That's stupid. I'm so angry about that. You don't see me. You don't see me.
Yeah,
That's
a good
so
one.
wrong. Toasters toast bread, moron. Look at this idiot.
That was back when I was watching a lot of Drew, and he was like, "Look at this idiot." I picked that up. That's my TikTok. If you want more exclamation point TikTok. I'm also gonna fact check you, Jimmy. Give me my. I don't want to click on that. OTR. Yeah. Why do I not have it marked? That was my 5th one. So it was one of my first ones. Because that would have been May of 21. That's when I did the last sleep lock, which is what that was. And yeah, that would have been 20, my 5th one. Very early OTR stuff, but it's not correct. Toasters toast bread, forehead. Oh, I need to make that a moment too. I should take that. There's a moment in Radical Red because I played it yesterday. It's my new stream on Thursdays on my YouTube channel, but also it's an upload that goes up Fridays at 12:30. So it is up if you want to watch it. But the NPC that stops you, that normally gives you the running shoes in Fire Red, stops you and it says, "This is normally where I would give you something, but your mom doesn't love you." And I'm like, wow. Somebody's been watching my content. So it's like my #1 insult. It's like your mom doesn't love you. It's good to have you, Nori. Thanks for joining us, though. Hope things are going well with you. Hope your weekend's plans are coming together. Like, it's great. I'm gonna make that a short. I have to. I'm gonna put that on my list of things I'm doing today. Radical Red. Your mom doesn't love you. Your mom shorts. Yeah, dude. Wait, what happened? Thank you. Greninja took first already? What the John? Gee, overall? Okay, something's very wrong. I also shouldn't be doing this off screen because we don't have a little bit of time left. Alright, leaderboards. How are they overall the top? They're not overall the top. Luxray's overall the top. They're the top on the challenge. Which means we're moving into last place very fast. And I'm not happy about that. Yeah, they got the top for this. Looks like, just looks like a lot of them are hunting right now. That's what it is. So. You wish the Kyogre would just turn pink? Dude, I need to hunt that, but good luck. Best of luck on it. I see BDSP, so I'm not gonna ask you what game. 4560. That's not. Yeah, that's not great. That's over odds. That's unfortunate, but it's not the worst thing. Yeah. I was like, if they're on the top now, like they were in last place. How are they first? Jeez. Oh, we just haven't been getting luck. I mean, I have not been lucky today. That's for sure. Which means I might do Masuda tomorrow, just to, despite whatever it is, I might just do Masuda. In order to get us points, or have the best chance at it, because I think my wild encounter luck is out the window. But I will definitely take Sunday and just, like, try to hammer through getting the bonuses. Like, walks in with, like, 5 Masuda shinies of this Pokemon with the right ball, and it's like, here's 10 points. Like, that'll do a lot. That would do a lot. Yeah. The toast more toast if it isn't toast. No, toasters do not toast toast. I'm sorry, I'm reading up on chat. It toast bread. Because if you put toast in a toaster, you have a skill issue. Because you obviously do not know how your toaster works. It should not toast because you should put the bread in and it should be set to the correct setting. If not, you just were dumb and did not toast it the right amount, which is your own fault and you have a skill issue. And now you have to suffer and eat your toast that's not as burnt as you would like it to be. That is my final statement. It's not burnt enough for me. If you don't like how it burns it, put it in the freaking oven. That'll burn it. Put it on a grill. Like, that'll burn it. Honestly, grilled bread. It's pretty good. I need a panini press. He toasted his toast. Yeah, but he's wrong. Well, there's a setting on the toaster that changes the level of burntness based on time and heat. Put it in for the amount you like and leave it. If you need more time than what is on the toaster, you obviously do not like toast, you like burned. And that is not toast. The high is not enough for me. Obviously you like burnt. You like things that are burnt. Not toast. I'm sorry, but if the toast is black, it is not toast. It is burnt. I told him that, didn't listen. Not gonna make a joke, but there is one there. And it would be pretty funny, it's just very insensitive. It's like a hockey puck. It's like, what? Just go eat cardboard, dude. It's like those people who, like, stick a marshmallow in the fire just to get it burnt, and then that's how they eat it. Like, you don't like roasted marshmallows. You like burnt. Like, you like burnt. That's a different thing. That's me. Jimmy, you like burnt. You don't like toasted marshmallows. A good toasted marshmallow is, you know, a minute on each side. Each of the 4 sides. That should give it a nice little bit of a golden glow, and you're good. Hot dogs that are burnt. Okay, like pork and that's fine to get a little toasty. A little burnt. A little burnt on that. Actually good flavor. But you don't toast them, that's my thing. You don't call cooked meat toasted meat. It's cooked. It's supposed to be a little difference. The only time I catch a marshmallow on fire is when I'm reenacting the scene from Mustafar where Anakin catches on fire. You just go. You just stand there as Obi-Wan. It's like, you were supposed to join the Sith. No, sorry. You're supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. I hate them. Roasted marshmallow. I hate you. What about crumpets? I don't even know what crumpets are. I don't even know what crumpets are. Man. I like how this all came up because Nori's username has toast in it. I have some pretty good Zelda moments, let's be fair. I have some pretty good Zelda moments. Like I think honestly some of my best, literally my best clips are Zelda things. Like the cat, the toasters eating toast, the SA2 reference. Like those are like some of, I would say those are probably like 4 of my 5. 3 of, yeah, 3 of my 5 best moments. And they're coming from Zelda. So maybe I should just play Zelda. Say heck it with the Pokemon, I'm playing Zelda. Because I'm good at it. Because it's funny. Because that shit's funny. Like, I don't need the game to be funny. I'm gonna make it funny. That's what I'm looking at. Apparently, that's what we need. Just a game that's very like boring and strategic, and I just make it stupid funny for no reason. Because I can. I do not want the cat, please. Yeah, I'm taking this. This is mine now. This economy. So I need to make a shirt. And it's Jimmy's cat with like a lemon face. And it says, I'm taking this, Jimmy's cat. This is mine now. Like that's what the shirt says. Did I do that right? I'm taking this. This is cat. I'm taking this. Cat. This is mine now. That needs to be. That's just a shirt. If my merch team would like to get on top of that, that'd be great. He says acting like he actually has a merch team and it's not just him doing everything. Yeah. Alright, you want to hit at least 650. You can leave my cat alone. Nope. My cat. I'm taking this. To be fair, we actually misquote that quite often. I say more frequently in that video, I'm stealing this. I'm stealing this. This is mine now. Then I'm taking this. I say I'm taking this. This is mine now one time. And that's the one we picked up on. I'm stealing this is what I say more often than not. So I was like, I'm stealing one of your cats. We messed up. But I'm taking this is so iconic. Oh, what we need to do is we need to have like the shirt like open like Looney Tunes style, where the cat face is in the front and then the back of the shirt is just a cat butt with a tail on it. That's what we need. Merch team, you want to get on that? It's because I don't have my cat. I need my cat. See, I never joked about stealing your cat when I had my cat, because I had a cat. Like, I didn't need anything else. I had my cat. I don't have a cat now, so I want a cat. I would like my cat. Even though she'd be a little pain in the butt, I want my cat. But my cat... If I can't have a cat, you can't have a cat. Limb. Nobody gets a cat. Excuse me. Encounter, please. Well, we might get to 650. Yeah, by the end of the stream. The rate we're going. I am just surprised. We started at 400, so we did basically 250 encounters in 4 hours. And I know I said to stop thinking about this, but I gotta do the math. Okay, that's okay. I'll stop it. That's an average of 62 encounters per hour, which I can live with. I can live with. It just feels very slow. You know what I'm saying? But I will not be continuing this hunt. I already got one from it. That's good enough for me. Just doing it for Camp Yoha, which I honestly should put the Camp Yoha on the screen and not the badge, because that would make more sense. But yeah, so tomorrow is Tears of the Kingdom. We're gonna be doing that with Jimmy. That'll be starting at 9 a.m. usual time. Ads are happening, so that's great. That's the other thing that I thought about with the ads, by the way. Is like doing the ads so they hit every hour makes it so when I end stream, ads are happening. So if I do it so it's every like 15, 55, I think that would be a lot better. I wouldn't feel as bad that ads are happening. Like, hey, we're done, by the way. You know? I could just also... Let me add the snooze ads. And I'm gonna... Can I move it? Alright, cool. So now I have a snooze ad button, and I'll just have to like look at it and make sure at the end of stream that it doesn't happen. Right. I do want to get at least one more encounter before we wrap up. That's good for me. Alright, no shiny today, unfortunately. Tomorrow we'll be back with Tears of the Kingdom. That is at 9 a.m. as I said. The usual slot for Saturday. Sunday will be up in the air a bit, but I would assume it's probably going to be this normal time, just not Tears of the Kingdom, probably whatever Masuda hunt we are going to be doing that day. So stay tuned for that. And I got a good raid for you guys today because it's somebody I normally don't get to raid. So here's the raid command for you. Grab whichever one applies to you. If you're subscribed, if you're not subscribed, they're all there. Feel free to put your other raid emotes in it. I'll also tell you that you can check out my socials. There's other places to join me. I got TikTok, Twitch, Discord, Twitter, and YouTube. And I have another YouTube channel called Invisible Corporations. All the promos that you're seeing are either done on my YouTube channel, they're done here, or they're done on Invisible Corporations, my second YouTube channel. So please check them all out and join us over there. I appreciate you guys hanging out and joining us. Thank you for the follows today, everybody. Much appreciated. I'm gonna send you over to a friend of mine who I don't get to raid often because he doesn't stream too long in the day, mostly because he's working. Let's go say hi to my friend Neighbor, who's doing some Dynamax adventures for Rayquaza. Go wish him some luck on the hunt. Neighbor does a lot of Pokemon content, does a lot of shiny hunting. Is a great creator, does some graphics artist stuff too, so would really appreciate if you want to check him out. Join us over there. Appreciate you guys being here for the stream and joining us. I think that's it for me. So thank you for watching. Hope you have enjoyed. Make sure that follow button down below if you're new to the channel and you want to see more of the content. Would appreciate you guys checking out the other links as well. The socials are there for you, or you can type them individually. And I will see you tomorrow morning for some Tears of the Kingdom. So until then, my name is Chaos. I'm signing off. Stay safe, and as always, burn to that. Bye.